Okay, folks, we're ready to get ready. Morena tātou. Good morning, everyone, and we'll just start with karakia timatanga. Hoa mahi me ngā kauri o te hui, vai a te matauranga kia marama, kia whai taki, ngā mahi katoa, tū maia, tū kaha, aroha atu, aroha mai, tātou ia tātou katoa. Amene. Right, well, welcome to the members of the public, either present or online for those watching at a later date. Welcome to staff, presenters and any attending chairs. Council briefings are recorded with the public gallery attendees present giving implied consent to being broadcast. Health and safety, in case of an emergency, please follow the building wardens or make your way to the nearest exit. The meeting point is located at Peace Park on Boone Street, if you just see my arm indicating. And bathroom facilities are located opposite the chamber foyer entrance. Apologies for today. We've got apologies from Mayor Luca for after 12 p.m. as he's attending the Rural and Provincial Conference. And we've also got some semi-apologies from Councillor James, who will be coming in and out of the meeting because he's got a few other appointments. Any other apologies we've received? Any other announcements? No? Great. Well, we're moving into our briefing for the day, and our first one is Three Waters rating review with water. And good morning, gentlemen. We've got Howard and Greg, who are part of the water consulting team. Is that correct? Lovely. Thank you, Bevan. We're in your gentleman's hands.
Yep. Morena tātou. So just a quick reiteration. This is the fourth workshop we've had on Three Waters rating review. The first one provided a bit of an introduction to the concept of rating review and why we think that this is a timely manner to undertake one. The second workshop sought some principled options from you in relation to stormwater, wastewater and water, which we went away and developed some models and some scenarios for you. And then the third workshop, we presented stormwater and wastewater scenarios, and we acknowledge there's a little bit more work to do on stormwater, which we'll come back to you on when we finish this or round this whole process up. But today we're here to talk about water. And water is quite complex. So we've got a number of different, different schemes. We've had some equalisation. We've got some historic challenges and issues with the plains. And we know that there's a lot of compliance requirements around treatment and also some of the challenges we need to address with growth. Just also like to reiterate the complexity of the whole Three Waters rating system. It's the most complex rating we have in council. If on the second slide, Howard will show you a bit more how complex it is. Over time, we have equalised water and we have equalised wastewater, and primarily those decisions have been based around investment. So when we're going to invest and what the cost of that is, and that's driven the conversation to have an equalisation conversation which spreads the cost across more people, especially when it's big capex to small communities. Stormwater hasn't had that investment over the last 10 to 20 years, and that's why it's the poor cousin and has remained unequalised for a long time. We don't see a lot of investment changing in that area in the short term because we've got quite a focus on water and wastewater, but it's certainly something we do need to consider because there is huge variability across the district. So that's just basic summary of what we've talked about, the rationale and why we're here. So I'll hand it over to Greg and Howard to work through the presentation. The idea for today is to get some feedback and direction from you around whether you want to equalise, what you want to do about the planes, and how do you want to split the variable and fixed charges.
Betty, just before you do move off there, Murupara, who has not been equalised at all, historically, how did that come about?
We haven't equalised Murupara because we've been very conscious of the financial impact of equalisation, and there hasn't been significant investment in Murupara over time. So that's probably one of the reasons why we're having, water quality issues, because the investment has been constrained because we don't want to raise rates significantly. So whilst the logic of not equalising is a good thing from an affordability perspective, at some point you start making decisions because you don't want to raise the rates, and therefore you're not managing the assets effectively. Where you have an equalised scheme, you're managing the asset and spreading the cost. So where there is a need to upgrade or renew an asset, you're doing that because you're thinking about the quality of the whole network. So that's one of the side effects, or the long-term side effects, of trying to keep rates artificially low.
How do we explain?
A microphone. I'm just thinking, because the pressure does come from the public in terms of the pressures they put on, council and wanting to keep their rates down. How can the council itself, through its operations, explain how that works in terms of being able to maintain that? Do they do that already, or is there a simple way so that people actually get educated about, why?
Yeah, it's an ongoing challenge that the sector has. So your infrastructure strategy, for a start, is your key document which outlines the infrastructure that you have, the services they provide, the quality, condition, and some of the financial costs to meet compliance or meet levels of service. The challenge we have is that the numbers in an infrastructure strategy are too much for a council and the community to bear. And so, in the most recent LTP, the prime example is we got given a funding envelope to try and fit within. Now, within that, you've got to try and work through the various challenges, and where you don't have equalisation, you're going to have winners and losers where you're putting investment. And what is often disconnected is the cost. So where you have unequalised schemes, it's very hard to have a comms process for each investment or renewal in infrastructure in that area. Where it can be better managed is through having equalisation, where you can say, we're going to invest all across the district in various areas, and this is going to be the impact of rates. Where you don't have equalisation is very complicated, so you'll have to have very targeted comms. For the Murupara example, we've had lots of conversations around water treatment and the quality or the condition of the infrastructure in Murupara, and that's been very community focused. I think the big challenge we're going to have is at the outcomes of this process is that we're going to need to do a good job of communicating what the impacts of all of these challenges are, and timing is the big equaliser, right? So you'll have a winner and a loser for every conversation around rates. It's shuffling the deck chairs. But in time, a winner today may be a loser, or a loser today might be a winner. So, when you're spending the money, can help you have that conversation with the community. So when we talked about wastewater, we signalled that, you know, Murupara was going to be one of the first areas where we wanted to have conversations with around wastewater treatment plant upgrades and compliance. And from an LTP perspective, that cost was starting to come in year 3, which is not next year, but the next one. And so that equaliser would have been 2027, where the cost for Murupara would be much higher than the equalised cost. So that's kind of a good driver for that conversation.
And the slide pack kind of
Thank
below,
you.
the gentleman will talk us through all of that, won't they? Yeah.
For water.
Yeah.
We want to steer clear of stormwater and wastewater until we come
That's
round back.
Oh, okay, all right. But again, just getting back to the water aspect in regards to Murupara, we still haven't had that conversation with iwi up there.
We've got a new chief executive at
Yes.
Ngāti Manawa, and so there are some conversations and engagement happening. That process will pick up again once he's settled
So
in.
will that conversation come ahead of the possible outcome of what we're discussing today?
Parallel. It'll be in parallel.
Okay. So then where does wastewater come into Murupara? Because that's the $30 million bit,
Yep,
isn't it?
that conversation's already on train as well, and that's part of the wastewater consent upgrade program of works, which we've got a steering group.
Okay.
Right, we're just about ready to start.
And we're done.
You know,
Good morning, everyone. I've got Greg here with me. Very happy to take questions as we run through, and there's quite a bit of material which you've probably had a glance at it in your briefing papers, but we'll jump into it straight away. So this slide shows the arrangements of all 3 waters in terms of the rating system we use. So if I'd ask you to pretty much just look at the blue column, the drinking water one. We've got those 7 schemes that are all equalised at the moment. We've got the plains that isn't, and we've got Murupara that isn't. And I've drawn a line between Otumahi and the plains because they're interconnected. And in fact, if you talk to our finance people, they don't use the language about Otumahi. It's part of the plains scheme in terms of rating. But if you go out and look in the ground, the pipes are interconnected. So there's some complexity there. Just as a reminder of what we've got deployed out there, this is a bit of a challenging slide to look at. There's no town names, no rivers, just pipes and reservoirs. But if you can look up on the right-hand screen there, where that pointer is, that's our Braemar source there. So we've got a reservoir and the Braemar spring. Further over here, we've got the Johnson Road source of water. Down in the bottom left-hand corner, we're getting towards the People's Republic of Kawerau. We've got Edgecombe, excuse my flippancy, I'm a bit naughty on that. We've got Edgecombe right here, I believe, beside the Rangataiki. And probably quite interesting that the plain scheme stretches all the way over here to the airport and Taiwhakai area. And by the time you get out there, the pressure's getting pretty lean at times when other people are using water on its journey towards your property. We've got a reservoir here at, where are we? Where's my pointer? Sorry. Awakere. It's pretty small, not in great condition, but we're building a new one just south of that near Paul Road. So if we move on to the next slide. So this
Before you jump off that, Coastlands is on the Whakatane or Hopi water supply. And then Howard briefly touched on it, but the development and stuff that's happening out towards the aerodrome, we've got challenges there, and so we're requiring people that want to subdivide and develop to put in tanks because there just isn't enough pressure, water pressure getting to there.
Just the Otamotai Plains water scheme, is it connected to the Braemar scheme? Because if you look at that, it would appear to be, but is it, or is it separate?
So largely, yes, it is connected. At times, I spent some time with Jim Finlay yesterday and asked that very question.
Yep.
And he pointed out that Horizon had done some work recently on a power shutdown out on the way near Lambert Road, on the way to Kawerau, and we knew we were going to have a power outage for 4 hours or something. But anyway, we struggled to keep our reservoir full at Tahuna Road. In fact, it emptied completely. And that meant that we had to quickly open some valves to get Otumahi water flowing in to service Te Teko and other areas. So there are valves that used to be permanently closed in the good old arsenic days, yesteryear, but now some of those valves are open, and we have to manipulate the system to keep reservoirs full and to keep pressures up. But all of the water in both systems is of good quality, so we don't
You're
have the
feeding
arsenic
water
issue.
from the Otamotai reservoir into pumps into the Tahuna Road reservoir, but were you bringing water from Braemar into, or was that the one that wasn't keeping Tahuna Road fully full? Fully full.
These things change day to day and hour to hour, so water in a pipe may be flowing in this direction in the morning, and in the afternoon it might be going the other way. So it depends on where the demands are, and what I described to you as a peculiar thing that happened one day. But it shows the two systems they touch each other at a number of points, and there's typically valves there, and rather than rush out and open and close valves all the time, it's much more realistic to leave most of those valves open so that water can do what it wants to do, keep our reservoirs full, keep the pressure up, keep people supplied with water.
Which is really good. Thank you.
Phil?
Yep.
Victor?
Yeah, I'd like to know, maybe even on the previous diagram, the draw of water from each of these schemes and how it relates to the total consented volumes that flow. Like, I mean, I've got no idea how big this scheme is. So, you know, for example, Otamohi, what's the take each day? What's coming out of the hole? And how does it relate to the consented amount? Are we at 80%, 50%, or whatever? Do you think?
We can certainly provide that information, but what we've tried to do when we think about water and volumetric is the volume that is being consumed and going through meters and being produced, because ultimately this conversation's about how do we fund, how do we rate for it. So I don't want to get too complex in terms of where the water's coming from and what it relates in terms of the allocation around consent-wise, but we'll definitely provide that information. But I think from this for this conversation, we'll keep it quite clear.
What I was getting to was
Yeah.
the amount of water consumed on a per-person basis from each of these schemes, which is relevant to how,
Yes,
On the legend, it talks about bore source and bore regional council.
Just on our GIS, we have a layer for the regional council bores that they consent. They're actually kind of nothing to do with us, but they are of interest because we don't know what happens to the water once it comes out of the ground. It might be consumed by people, it might be used for irrigation, it might not be used at all actually, it might just be sitting there doing nothing. But it does indicate where people possibly have some options if they have a bore or have some access to a bore. The quality can sometimes be unknown as well.
So they don't currently verify network at all?
Typically not, no.
Are they fine?
Okay, move on. Howard, thank you.
Otumahi is tucked in on the way up to Matahina, and essentially it's our Paul Road system, which is Right in the middle of that graphic, you can see where the bores are at Paul Road. Let's see if I can. Not very good as my lad. Round about there, and a new reservoir under construction nearby. And in answer to the Mayor's question, the Otamarhi and Plains system is about 2 million cubic metres a year, I think it produces. And Whakatane, I think from memory, is about 1.7 million. And neither of them are nudging up against their consent ceiling. We haven't got a massive consenting problem at the moment, but depending on growth and what people use water for, it could eventuate. Okay, so in December, seems a long time ago now, this is what we left the room to consider that. And that's what we've done. Just interestingly, those fixed volumetric splits can, and I'll show you the next slide or two, can look very different depending on your perspective. But before we dive down into details and numbers, which as an engineer I love doing, I think I need to remind myself, you probably do this all day, every day, but what are our guiding principles? And staying up at the governance level, this is the stuff that maybe keeps you awake at night or you think about. I'm not going to read all that out, but it's important for us to remember what our principles are when we're making decisions. Now, drinking water is different to the other two, quite different actually. So we've got really strongly mandated national standards. The rule book from Taumata Arawai's, it's called Rules for Water Quality, and it's 85 pages, very dense material. 85% of our service requests are for drinking water. We get far, far fewer for stormwater and wastewater. Big variation in usage. The drinking water, we've got what I call demand management levers. So people respond to price, and they respond to price signals. So they can make their own decisions, and there are choices and consequences. Just excuse me, I just check my notes to see if there's some things I was hoping to say but I forgot to. I was going to mention the price of water here on this slide. So I went down to the dairy at the corner of College Road last night, and this much water on a cubic metre basis cost me $6,250. So $6,250 for that much water per cubic metre. We sell it in places for 50 cents. So 50 cents versus $6,000 per cubic metre of water. And the stuff we sell is not chilled, I'll admit that. Or it probably is in winter actually, but it's not chilled, so I can't pluck it out of the fridge and drink it like that. But it is pressurised and it is delivered to your boundary. So the price of water is it's pretty hard to get your head around at times, in my opinion. So I just thought I'd, illustrate that to just show the huge variation in the price of water.
There is one small difference, Howard, and that is that one has been filtered and doesn't have any chlorine disinfection byproducts in it.
Correct.
John?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess people complain bitterly about having to pay for water when it comes out of the ground, but actually it's paying for the delivery of it, really. And that's how we have to sell the process, don't we?
We used to have a throwaway line where I previously worked that if someone wanted to come up to the water treatment plant with their trailer, we would fill it up for free and they could take it home. And it's kind of a bit facetious because it would all leak out generally from most trailers or slosh out or something. But the point was that it's delivering the water that costs the money. Yep. Just a reminder of our current funding model. So this is straight out of the long-term plan. And I've just popped in the changes that occurred from 23-24 to remind ourselves about the decisions we made a year ago. So interestingly, so we've got Whakatane at the top, or the equalised schemes at the top. We've got Murupara down below, and on the next slide we've got the plains. I'd ask you to just notice that all of the fixed amounts are almost identical. So $285, $257, and we'll see whatever the one is on the plains, it's on the next slide, but they're very, very close to each other. So they are almost equalised already, those fixed charges. But we had some pretty hefty increases last year, so 25 to 30% on those ones. And here's the plains. We actually put the fixed down at the plains last year, but remember the other two was, I think they were 285 and 250 something, so they're pretty jolly similar now. Question?
Yes,
Sorry,
please.
Kevin.
If you go to Whakatane and Murupara, they have a amount, say Whakatane 798 for connected and non-metered. If it's metered, it goes down to 285 and then the $2.23 per cubic metre. On the plains, you haven't got the difference. So you've got 294.79 for connected and non-metered. So what's the fixed charged if you're connected and metered, given that you're paying 50 cents a litre as well?
So on the plains, if you're connected, you're paying $294. On the plains, if you're connected, you're paying $294.
Yep.
As a fixed charge, and then it's 50 cents per cubic metre, or 90 if you're thirsty and use more than your entitlement.
But what is it? What's the fixed charge if you're connected and metered?
I don't think we have any non-metered properties, so that's probably a typo.
Okay,
So
thank
we
you.
should just get rid of the non-metered, because I think 100% of the planes are metered.
Okay, thank you.
I apologise, I missed your question, but
Victor.
So if I had to explain to a ratepayer from Whakatane why they're paying $2.23 and the Plains is paying 50 cents, what would I tell them?
I think I would tell them, and we'll come on to this later in the presentation, but it's the consequence of history. That's why you're paying it. It's history.
And wouldn't it be the people on the plains are closer to the water source than the people in town? No?
Not really,
Okay.
no.
I think
Elaborate on that, consequence of history.
one of the drivers for the cubic metre rate is you look at what the cost of that water supply is and you divide it by the amount of cubic metres you expect to sell. So if you look at...
Excuse me, Greg, have you got your microphone?
Yeah, I thought I did.
Just bring it a little bit closer to you, thanks.
Here we go. So if you take the plains at 2 million cubic metres and Whakatane at roughly 2 million cubic metres, the cost for running all the Whakatane system is so much higher. So then when you divide it by the amount of cubic metres that you're supplying, it brings the price down for the plains, basically.
I could say like the bulk buying.
Yes. Some people are, yeah. So we know, like at the plains, later in the slide, it says that the top 60 users use half the water. Yeah, so it's basically bulk buying.
Because it's mainly going to cows and
Yeah.
cows. I mean,
But then the other 1,930 connections are getting the bulk buying discount, even though they might only be using equivalent to Whakatane, they're paying the bulk discount that the farmers are using the water.
All right, thanks. We've got Wilson, John, then Gavin. Oh, no, John, okay. Wilson.
Yeah, you have touched on plains and that being half the usage is going to farms anyway, and the historical side of it, which I don't know at what stage do you actually sort of move on from the history, but the whole plains was actually originally set up for farms, by farms. And I can remember doing some of the work and that and laying the pipes myself. So it's a tricky one now because you've got the bulk of people and that making use of the water and that, and as the Mayor says, getting it way cheaper than the rest. But for the amount of water that a lot of those farms are using, you run the risk of, if we push the price up too far, they'll start looking at putting their own bores down again. So defeating the purpose of the original concept. It's worth thinking about.
Thank you, Wilson. Gavin?
And I think adding to that, Wilson, is that when you talked to people of Edgecombe a while ago, they were saying that when they went on to the Plains Water Scheme for Edgecombe, that their rates went up and they actually paid separately for that, and so they objected to then being rated again for the continual usage. But I think those pipes have worn out by now, and as John says, we're actually paying for the new pipes and new pumps and all that sort of stuff too. So historically it has been, people keep referring to what happened 40, 50 years ago, but those pipes have rusted out by now.
We've
I
got
think too,
quite a...
You go,
I
Wilson.
think you've also got to remember that Edgecombe up until, I don't know, late 80s, I think it was, might have even been in the 90s, and that their water was supplied by the dairy company anyway. So the history starts complicating today's situation, I think.
We've got quite a bit of discussion on the plains coming up in a few more slides, so if we could save that till then, otherwise we'll kind of get stuck here.
Okay, so turn microphone on. So we've got a bit of information coming at you on the next slide, but we know a lot about water. We send out, don't know how many water bills, but 4 times a year on the plains and 2 times a year for equalised, and our system's about 85% metered, so we know a heck of a lot about how much water people use. We know a lot about leak remissions. We remit about $500,000 a year on water that leaks on private properties. People find the leak, people fix the leak, people interact with us, and we remit the leakage lost, which is kind of a good thing, actually. It's initially you might think it's a bad thing, but it's actually a good thing. We found the leak, we fixed it, We know about water production at our many plants, and we've been metered for quite a long time compared to a lot of places in New Zealand. So as a council, you've done some really good things over the years. The arsenic removal was a bit of a game changer for the plains as well. Okay, so here's my happy spot, some numbers. So we earned about 4.2 million last financial year. That's the last year we've got full records for, from fixed rates for water, and 5.2 volumetrically. And I've already mentioned the leak remission there. So you can work out we're big picture, we're on about a 45% fixed, 55% volume for our water revenue. And we'll drill down into that on the next slide. So we sold 4 million litres, and as Greg's mentioned, cubic metres, last year. In Whakatane, Ohope, we only use about 90 litres per person per day. Unmetered schemes use pretty much double that. And just a snippet that the top 60 customers on the plains use half the water.
Farms.
Yeah, yep.
So they're 206 litres, is that including the farms?
No, it would, to include that throws all the numbers out and makes them look pretty silly, actually.
Okay, thank you. So it's just the avid gardeners?
No, it's the schemes that don't have, or the areas that don't have meters in them. So there's no incentive to conserve water.
Yes, Andrew?
But the likes of Waimanatania have now been metered, So you are getting an indication of what usage is out there, aren't you?
Correct.
So again, it seems a bit skewed. 90 litres for Whakatane Hopi, you know, when you consider the summer season, there's always a water shortage basically for a Hopi, isn't there? So
It's not so much a water shortage, it's the fact that, you know, we've got saltwater intrusion going up the river, and so we ask people to conserve water so that we're not drawing as much out of it, because when you've got issues with saltwater getting up there, we're waiting for tidal shifts to draw water to fill the reserves. So it's not the quantity of the water that's the challenge, it's when can we take water out of the river so it doesn't have salt water in it.
like the summer usage over a Hopi always impacts on those reservoirs though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it will, summer usage will increase the amount of watering of gardens, etc. But what we're trying to highlight there is that on average, the Whakatane or Hopi scheme uses 90 litres per person per day. So it's about the differential between having a meter creates conservation, whereas unmetered doesn't have that conservation.
But 80% of the district is metered, so these unmetered schemes, what exactly are we talking about? What area are we talking about?
Greg's just got his hand up. Yeah.
So there's about 1,200 unmetered schemes, of which a little bit over half are actually Murupara, and then the rest are right across the district. I haven't got it broken right down, but yeah, a bit more than 50% is Murupara. And we know that they use a lot of water per connection.
Thank you. Carry on, Howard.
Okay. Do you want to do this one? Or do you want me to? Oh, wait.
Yeah, so what we've done here is the policy has pointed, it basically is about 40% fixed and 60% variable. That's the aim. As you saw from the last slide, it worked out in 23, 24 about 45, 55. So we take a stab and we get as close as we can. What this highlights is this is just for Whakatane residential and lifestyle. So I've excluded the commercial people and the horticultural stuff. And then if you look at that and you look at the 10th percentile, for that household, their fixed is 329, and then their volumetric charge over the year is 135. So they end up with a 71% fixed, 29% variable. And then when you go up to the 90th percentile, you see that it's 29% fixed and 71% variable. So while our policy overall for the whole of the scheme is a 40-60% split, in reality, on an individual basis, depending on your usage, you'll see a different split. When you get into the plains and you see the farmers, the fixed is so minimal, it's less than 1% on those top 60. All of their charges coming from the variable, basically.
Could you explain to me what percentile? I didn't understand that slide because.
So if you take 1,000 properties,
yeah,
and you take the 50th percentile, that's not finding like the total and averaging it. It's like giving everybody a stake in the ground and finding the 100th out of the 1,000.
So that's
and looking at their actual
based on
usage.
use. Yeah. So how much they've used. So the 50th will be the average usage, which for Whakatane is 90 litres a day.
I actually work in cubic metres.
Yeah, so. Yeah. Whereas your 90th and your 10th. So your 10th will be very low users in the Whakatane residential.
Yeah, okay. Think
90th will be high users. Yeah.
So I've chosen the 10th and 50th and 90th to give you an indication of what the bottom looks like without going to the extreme of the very bottom.
Thanks, Greg. There's quite a bit of good literature about water pricing. So document on the left is from the Infrastructure Commission last year, and it's sort of pushing the barrow of water metering. As I said before, Whakatane has been doing it for donkey's years, so well done on that. The top right-hand documents from Brands, it's about they call them tariffs, but I've got rid of the word tariffs out of all my presentation because it means something different in different parts of the world. Anyway, they mean water bills or water charging. Quite a good document, and now the Commerce Commission are getting in on the Act 2 that they're starting to get interested in water pricing. There's some quite good literature available. It endorses metering. Well done, Whakatane. Now your charging regime can be steady, so you can just charge X dollars per cubic metre, full stop. I don't care how much you use. It could be increasing. An example of this is a potiki. So you get your first amount of water quite cheaply per cubic metre, and then if you use a lot, you pay more per cubic metre for the extra stuff you use, which is also the Plains model at the moment, 50 cents for your first amount and then 90 cents once you go above that, or it can be decreasing. So, and this is kind of bulk buying that we were talking about a wee bit earlier, that you get a certain amount at one price, and if you're a big user, you get a kind of a discount on the usage above that amount. All are valid, and I think I've got a slide or two on why you might use those different increasing or decreasing regimes. So the increasing rate, it really strongly promotes conservation, that if you use more, you pay more per cubic metre. It's useful if you've got a finite resource. If you're a community that has a water supply dam that runs pretty close to dry every summer, that might be a tool for you to use. If you have real climate extremes that you simply don't have enough water and you're on conservation measures for a large part of the summer, that might be a good tool to use. In contrast, the decreasing rate, you might use that where you're recognising something important in the district, where it brings in extra revenue, because every little bit extra you sell, you get a higher rate per cubic metre for it. You get more revenue, not a higher rate per cubic metre. And the decreasing rate can protect your revenue stream. So if you think of water as a business, it's important to recover enough cost to cover your expenses every year. So you can play it either way. I've tried to keep this very simple. There's a lot more complexity in this diagram than you might think. So this is an example. We've got price up on the left-hand side, and I've got X dollars per cubic metre for a cubic metre of water. I haven't mentioned a number. And then on the right-hand side is how much gets used. And I've said Y cubic metres per year of usage. And I've got a step in this model, this idea. So you pay, let's pretend X is $2, so you pay a bit less than $2 for your first amount of water, and if you're a big user, then you drop down and get a discount. Equally, that blue line could step up, and instead of $2, you might pay $3 for your extra usage. But also notice where the step is, that step, we've said it's at Y cubic metres per year. And we've already talked about on the plains that some of the users use a huge amount of water. So if you design a system and have that step at the wrong place, you might be defeating what you're trying to achieve if you have it too high or too low. And similarly, if you have your pricing, that height of the step, either very punishing for using extra water or next to nothing, you'll get different responses from the community. If they know, if Dad knows that brushing the teeth, takes tons of water, he'll be in there with it, turning the tap off for the kids or something. So you can get unexpected consequences too.
Have you got a question?
Yeah, just on the previous one about the finite resource. I mean, I like the idea of conserving, but it depends on what the resource limits are, and I don't have a feeling for that, which is why I was asking the first question, but anyway.
I think as Bevan answered previously, that the problem is not the river flow, it's the salinity in the river. And we're within our consents, comfortably within our consents at Braemar and Johnson Road and Tahuna. Paul Road, we would like a bigger consent at take. We haven't currently got that. And before the regional council would issue such a thing, they like to look at what you're doing with the water, how you're using it and conserving it. So it's kind of a long game here, is that if you want a bigger consent for Paul Road, you probably want to be showing that you're being really responsible with your water usage in that area served.
Yeah. Nando?
Just on that same page as well, in terms of why you'd use a decreasing rate, so I get the first one. The second one, I think it's saying that can bring in extra revenue because the kind of increase cost is not great, so people just are happy to spend a bit more and use a bit more. I didn't quite get the protect your revenue stream. Could you just... The third one, protects your revenue stream. I didn't quite get that.
If we took a silly example, if we wanted to really conserve water and decrease our usage, we could really, you can around this table, I can't, crank up the price big time on the plains. And as has been mentioned, we'll have farmers sinking, I think Wilson mentioned, farmers sinking their own bore or looking for alternatives. So having what's considered a fair rate may protect your revenue stream rather than a sort of an ideological rate.
Another thought?
Just on that, okay, farmers can sink their own bore, but the difference here is that the water we're providing is clean and treated. Farmer that sinks their own bore doesn't draw from that. So it is cheaper ultimately, isn't it? Since you're not doing any and the cows don't need highly treated water, do they? Because the Braemar scheme is, super treated, and now we've just spent another $6 million removing arsenic, which goes also to the agricultural sector. So that all that investment went into that, and even arsenic doesn't even get retained by the meat. But anyway, I guess it's that treatment aspect.
It's an interesting area you're exploring, is options, and the original Braemar scheme was set up. There was no council scheme before Braemar was set up. It was set up because farmers were using river water in some cases, or water from their own bores, and it was generally very dirty, especially the river water. And so that affected their milk production, and hence the Braemar scheme came into existence. I've got some literature I can share with you on that. But that possibility exists, that if we get too greedy, that the farmers might try to self-supply, and they have every right to do that if they want to. Some of them won't have good water under their farms, I predict. We've spent a lot of time looking for good water up White Pine Bush area and Ruatoki, and as you know, we struggle to find a good volume and a good quality. And that may be the same for other people, I imagine.
Yes, Greg?
Nandel, just on the decreasing rate with the protects your revenue stream, before I said you have 2 million litres, or 2 million cubic metres, and we're trying to get, say, $4 million, if you put the price up and people start conserving, they won't use 2 million cubic metres. So then if you get a change, then we don't get enough money, and then we end up paying for it. So when you decrease the rate, if people are watering their garden and they think, oh, it's actually a bit cheaper now, I can actually water my garden a bit more, then they might start using more water, and our costs don't change greatly because the infrastructure is the major part of the cost. So then you actually you set the price on what you need to cover it, but if people use more, then we get a bit more money.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
So it really comes down to what are the issues across the district that we're trying to solve. So we don't have massive resource kind of challenges. Well, the challenges we have are, out the end of the supply, so out by the airport where, there's not enough pressure. So conservation can actually drive some changes to usage as well as defer capital expenditure to upgrade. So there's a number of options available to us, and we've got to try and find the balance between conservation. Too much conservation means we don't cover our costs. So it's a bit of a balancing act, and we'll get through some of the numbers.
I'd like to talk about plains entitlements. So we have to go back to the very early 1980s here. So I've put a few images in to remind us of what most of you, I think probably almost all of you, are younger than me around the table. So you might have learnt about this in history lessons at school. But this was what the early 1980s was like for us.
Wondering why that wasn't the presentation.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. So anyway, the plains scheme, it was signed off by this council in late 1979. It's an extremely successful scheme in my opinion. It was predicted to have a 30-year economic life. So first water was supplied, I think it was about 82, the summer of 82, so we're 43 years on from that. It started off really small. There were 196 foundation members, and now there's about 18 or 1900 customers. And pretty much every month at the moment, we're adding a new connection. So eight new connections this financial year. There'll be all sorts of little reasons that people are coming on board. It had zero debt, so quite an unusual in today's world funding structure. So all of the council cost was met by the 196 foundation members over a 5-year rating window. So they said, and they demanded actually, they said, we don't want any debt, we'll pay 5 years of heavy rates, or water rates, and then we'll get really cheap water for a long time. And because of that sort of model, and they did work well, because of that model, once the thing was installed, as I'll show you soon, when latecomers wanted to connect in, who were like on the fringe of it or something, and they said, oh, can we just hook in? Well, the farmers, the 196 people kind of said, well, hang on, we paid 5 years of blood, sweat and tears for that. No, you can't just hook in for free. There's a rule book, there's a system for allowing you to hook in. And we're still kind of running that system today. So it was a pretty cool scheme. So that was the original, sorry?
Is there a large entry cost to plains?
So initially, when people wanted to join, there was a conversation for every single one. So especially if it was a big farm, and they tried to negotiate an equivalent capital contribution to what would have occurred. But it kind of got messy when it was just a quarter-acre block that someone had carved off their farm for granddad or someone to one of their kids to own, and hence the entitlement system came in that. There was kind of a rule book for joining.
Can I just ask, and that was managed by the council that did that at the time? Okay.
Yes, it was, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So this is how much money was voted as being needed for the capital project. So 671,000 from central government subsidy, the rural component, which is the 585,000, and urban was, the town of Edgecombe was hooked in, but it was treated as a single customer really. And so that was Edgecombe money. So below is the formula. It's not as ugly as it looks actually. It's based on land area and your property value, 50-50 on both. And if all the farms were identical, the land value and the property area are kind of the same. And that year they were trying to collect $132,000 for the rural component of the scheme. So that was the formula used back in 1979 for sharing the cost of the scheme. So, as I said, entitlements they were not part of the original scheme. They were developed by the council, especially after 1987 Edgecombe earthquake. So, the earthquake caused the Braemar Spring to pretty much dry up, I'm told. Jim Finlay tells me on high authority. And council had been offered, there's 2 bores at Johnson Road, which were Ministry of Works bores. And they were offered to council just prior to the earthquake, actually. And I think at that time, council said maybe. But after the earthquake with the Braemar problems, they were gleefully accepted by council, and there was probably an emergency supply put down to Onapu to hook into the pipe network there. And entitlements were developed as a way of recording who was kind of in the scheme, those 194 original members, and the newcomers, that it was okay to share the system with these newcomers as long as it was kind of fair's fair, recognising that capital contribution that people had made. Only about 5 or 6 years before the earthquake. And then the Awakeri extension came a little bit later on, and they used a similar system to manage entry into that. That one did have some debt, the Awakeri extension. Council took on some debt, and so there was a higher fixed charge and a higher charge per cubic metre of water for Awakeri people for a number of years. So I've sort of developed there's 2 definitions of, I've tried to describe them in words, but these are my definitions of what entitlements are. So there's that one, to manage benefits of the scheme. And it's important they're in proportion to the size of your contribution. So if you were one of the original 194 people, and you had a very big farm, you had contributed more into the scheme than someone who had a tiny farm, which kind of makes sense. So my proposal, and I think Bevan's told me I'm allowed to say this, so he can shoot me down if he wants to, is to discontinue the use of entitlements. We've used them for many years. They weren't originally part of the scheme. We developed them to manage the changes to the scheme. I'm recommending that you equalise, that you harmonise the volumetric rate with your other equalised scheme. And I'm recommending that you use a decreasing volumetric rate, that step down thing on that blue graph that I showed you. And for the reasons that I gave on that slide, it's recognising that I don't think I've ever been to a town where there are more accountant signs on buildings around here. So what I'm saying is that dairy farming is really important to the Rangataiki Plains, and that's a good thing for the town, and it's not going to go away, nor should it. And for that reason, I think a decreasing volumetric rate is a sensible response to that situation. You may form different views, but anyway, those are my thoughts on that. And the next few slides hopefully will sort of pre-answer a few questions that you might have circulating through your mind at the moment. And so you're probably thinking, well, why now? Why is this bloke here telling me this now in 2025? So I've spent a lot of our digital records go back to about 2000, and a lot of the original papers are quite possibly lost, but what isn't lost is the council agendas and minute sheets. They're all bound up in the research centre down the road, and a bit of a shout out to the staff there, they've been very helpful when I've asked to go in and take photos with my camera of old agendas and things that were in front of this group of people, or their predecessors, and years ago. The current scheme is very, very different to the one that was in place in 1983. We've had significant upgrades. We've now got rid of the arsenic, which is a big, huge bonus, in my opinion. I think it makes you, we talked in a previous presentation about being attractive in terms of local water's done well. I think it makes you more attractive if you've got a really coherent revenue stream in your water space. And I think it's about time to make the change. It's also about time that the pressures council officers and councillors are under, the year just has a momentum of its own, and papers come in front of you, deadlines. Bevan's got until X o'clock on Thursday to have the spreadsheet finished for blah 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 or something. So the temptation is to keep doing what you're doing. But I'm saying it's time now. It's okay for you to make a decision and to make a change.
Yes, Nandor.
I think I'm being really dense here, but I haven't quite grasped what an entitlement actually is. So I understand it's, it talks about the benefits flow in proportion to the size of the contributions, but I'm just trying to get my head around what it actually means before we talk about ditching it. So if I've got a farm and I was part of the original scheme, and my neighbour's got a farm that's of the same value but has come in later, it sounds like I have a different entitlement to my neighbour. And what is that entitlement? Is it that I'm going to get the water at a certain price, or what? I just don't quite understand what the nature of the entitlement is.
There's kind of two components. One's volumetric and one is price.
Okay.
So if you have a farm the same size in one of the originals as your neighbour, and she came in later on, when she may have purchased entitlement or paid a capital contribution, is the correct language, it's not really purchased entitlement. Right. She may have made a capital contribution when she joined the scheme.
To come into the scheme.
To come in.
Okay, yeah.
And so that, and it's set as a number of cubic metres per year. So your number might be 12,616 or something like that. Yeah. And her farm might be, let's say they're the same size. Hers may be the same number. It might be a little bit higher or lower.
Yeah.
But then that gets applied to the price as well. But no one polices that, right? She can use way more than that amount or way less, and it's okay. There's no people turning taps off or anything like that.
Yeah, okay.
But the price is that 50 cents up to that entitlement volume.
Oh, I see.
And then any more that is used on your farm will attract a rate of 90 cents.
I see. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I guess
so it's sort of a conservation measure,
yeah,
but it still recognises that capital contribution that was made when the person joined into the scheme.
Yeah, that's great. No, I get that. Thank you very much.
Yes,
But that capital contribution, which was made all those years ago, paid itself off pretty well cleanly within 5, and so for half a century, that benefit has been accruing.
No, it didn't pay itself off within 5. It would have been quite a bit longer than that.
Oh.
It would have been, I think, 15 to 20 probably for the originals. Yeah.
Still, there's been quite a significant period of subsequent benefit.
But there absolutely has, but some of them may have borrowed to privately, their farm debt. They might have, tacked it onto their farm debt to fund those 5 years of pain.
Tony, did you have a question?
It was just to see, so like it says there's been significant upgrades and renewals and that. So those residents or those ratepayers, or they still pay for those upgrades? Like, is it part of their costs and their rates? Or is that paid, like a general one where everybody else in the region helps towards paying that, that kind of work that happened there? Yeah.
So the plains, right until today, is being kept as a separate ring-fenced entity.
Oh, so
financially. Yeah.
It is just targeted to them, so they do pay for that themselves?
Yeah. But it's now a mature system, so some of the pipe that was used was super thin wall, for instance. It's got a nickname, the eggshell pipe, and you almost look at it and it breaks. So it's a mature system now that is needing replacement, renewal, normal things. It's no longer new and shiny.
Can I just ask, so if we equalise, which I'm still trying to understand equalise, which means that everybody else, has this sort of the same, does that mean that the costs of all those upgrades and renewals is also spread across everybody else?
Yes, it would be, yeah.
So there is benefits for them?
The users on the plain scheme would see equalisation as a big increase in their cost of water. Make no mistake of that.
Yeah. One more question, sorry. For the farmers and that, because they do pay a large amount of rates on other aspects, not just on water, was this scheme able to sort of balance that out with the huge amount of water that they do need to be able to have agriculture and their needs, and also too because they do generally pay much higher rates?
I'm not sure they do pay much higher rates.
Okay.
But we've done a little bit of work. I think it's on a future slide where we have sought advice from Livestock Improvement Corporation, some people on how much farmers typically spend on water around the country, how much water they use, how much they spend on it, to understand what impact any change we make, or you make, would have on them. We don't want to make surprising changes that are not well thought out. So we've sought external advice from the sort of agricultural sector to make sure that wouldn't happen.
I was just thinking of rates in general for all the other costs that they pay for. Thank you. Sorry.
Be the same as any other rural. Yeah.
Okay, Victor, then Gavin. Thanks.
I'm just wondering, where you say significant upgrades, what does that mean? Have you doubled the capital value of the scheme, or is it just, what's significant?
The big two for me would be the and also the new reservoir and mains at Otamahi. So it's not like we are looking at a static scheme that was built and it lasted kind of forever. We're now into a mature phase where we're putting a big new reservoir in at Otamahi. We've put a new big arsenic plant in at Braemar. So it's a mature asset that's needing upgrading for growth and other reasons.
But you've effectively doubled the size of the scheme. It's nothing like what it was to start with.
Well, it's got 10 times as many customers.
Yeah,
Okay. And that's happened naturally as well.
Okay, Gavin, then Nandal.
I've got a couple of questions. The 195 original users, and Edgecombe was one extra user to make 196. For those 195, as they sold their farms, do they then lose their entitlement? So you've got a different owner to the farm who would then pay the higher rate.
My understanding is that entitlements, they're in our rating database, and if you sold your farm to me, that entitlement would remain with that parcel.
Okay, so I agree that's wrong, because the original farmer who borrowed money and helped to pay off within 5 years the original scheme, once he sells his farm, he's left, and so the entitlement should finish. And so coming to that, I would have thought that because of the sacrifice they made back then, that any of the original people that are still owned by the same family should retain their entitlement, but anything that's been sold should lose their entitlement, become part of the district-wide scheme. So that's one thought, because they did make the original sacrifice. The other issue I have is that we've already changed the UAGC, and the long-term plan made a significant difference in the amount of rates they had to increase and pay, and now we're going to hit them again. I think that's a little bit unfair if you go to our guiding principles of fairness and equity. So I think that's in consideration of affordability. We're sort of doubling their rates all the flipping time. So I find that a little bit hard. And the other one I find a bit weird too is that in the Edgecombe 1987 earthquake, where a lot of the pipes got destroyed, and I know it's stormwater and sewage and all that, but I presume it's the same with drinking water as part of the scheme. You know, from 1987 to now, we've never really done up those pipes. Have we actually done up the water pipes, or are they still just the same? And if that's the case, why should they pay extra if we've never actually upgraded their pipes? Because if you're saying we have to equalise, so to allow for the fact that the pipes have done their day and we need to put new pipes in, so they've actually never gained much benefit because we've never actually done anything. And so I find that would be a big sell. You'd have to sell really hard to get that to change. But at the same time, I believe in equalisation because you spread the load on everyone. So the cost of Otamotai Reservoir and Braemar, when you say that, obviously their water charge and all that would have gone through the roof, because I think Braemar was 5 or 6 million, Otamotai Reserve is quite a bit. So does that mean if we equalise, that portion then of those would then come across everyone? So that would actually drop their rates, wouldn't it, rather than increase it? Because all of a sudden that massive thing that 1,000 people are paying, 1,900, would get put across the 17,000 ratepayers.
I can probably respond to that. You've got a few questions in there.
Yeah, sorry about that.
So we acknowledge that equalisation will have an increase. So creating a simpler, fairer rating system will mean an increase to the farmers. But that's why we're recommending a decreasing scale. So your increase or your change to those farmers depends on where you put the step down and what you're putting the step down to. So if we wanted, we could look at actually, let's put the step at a rate that is just over what residential properties use, and then drop that down to a discounted level to capture farmers or commercial. And when you look at that from a total allocation, they're paying a residential rate for what residential users use and then pay a dairy farm rate. So it depends where you put that decrease. So you can manage the impacts, but also simplify the rating system and deal with the entitlements. The other point you raised was around the entitlements. So the entitlements didn't come in at the start. They were brought in by us as a way for us to manage other users coming onto the scheme as properties subdivided. So it's basically like another another rating change, another decreasing, except this one's increasing. You get to that and then you increase and pay a lot more. I think when farmers look at it, they'll be like, okay, I'd rather have a decreasing scale rather than a increasing scale. So it's about how we talk about the message. You mentioned Otamahi and Braemar. So equalisation will bring them into the greater area, will spread the costs, and one of the key elements of the water strategy is ensuring that there's enough water supply, enough investment in Otamahi, which is the best water supply, groundwater that we've been able to find. That is potentially the future for the Whakatane and Hopi supply as well. So at some point, we'll probably move away from trying to take a surface water take out of the river. So it'll all come into the future for how we manage and deal with water. Did that answer all the questions?
Thank you, Bevan. Yeah. Nando. Oh, and Greg.
I don't know if I agree with you, but it answers my questions.
Can I just clarify that Edgecombe doesn't pay the Plains water rates, it pays the same? Everyone knows that, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just double checking that. Yeah,
Thank you.
they're in our system in Whakatane.
Meted, yeah. Nando, then Victor.
Thank you. My question was, I think you said that there's about, like last year, there was 8 new connections into the Plains Water Scheme. So are those new connections still paying a significant capital contribution?
That's covered by our fees and charges, and it's quite complicated actually, and it's been a bit unevenly managed by us, to be honest. But we typically try to collect 3 things from people when they join in. One is the cost of the physical work out in the road berm, which is digging up and putting a meter in. 2 is the cost of establishing that customer on our database, some bureaucracy cost. And 3 is a capital contribution. It has varied. Some of it is negotiated, depending on, because sometimes there are areas where we know the pressure is low, and that's often where we're getting these people who want to connect, is near the end of systems.
Right.
So sometimes they're paid either no or a low capital contribution. It's generally $1,000 or $2. I've seen evidence of it in the 2008 to 2013 period, where it was typically about just under $2,000 on the Plains or Awakeri.
Thank you, because I was just thinking if I had recently paid a significant amount to come in, then I'll be disgruntled to suddenly be on an equalised scheme. But the numbers aren't that high.
I did a bit of work on that too, because I shared that concern. If someone had recently paid big money to join the scheme and then all the rules change, that doesn't feel fair. And at today's prices, at between 3 and 4 years of average water use, you'd recoup your capital contribution compared to in town here.
Thank you. Victor, you had another question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering from a council's revenue perspective, whichever of these levers we move, does that mean that we remain revenue neutral and we're just trying to, whether it's an increasing or decreasing rate, we'll always be neutral, we won't be...
This whole exercise for me is about revenue neutrality,
Okay.
but it's not on a flat table, it's on a pretty sloping table, because that's why I showed you the increases we made a year ago, 25%-ish. That's a big increase, and this council will be deciding pretty soon what's happening in 25, 26. And I don't know what you're going to decide, but 0 increase is probably unlikely, I think. So that's what I mean. It's okay being revenue neutral, but the whole table is tilting uphill in terms of revenue Is it, you look, I'm getting a puzzled look, is that not making, we've got inflation cost pressures, is what I'm trying to say.
And we're trying to do a lot more in the water space as well.
We've got about another dozen slides to go, and with our break not expected till about 11. John, you had a question?
Just an operational one, really. You keep talking about flow and stuff, and I know at Coastlands, not at Coastlands, along the airport road, they've got to have tanks because there's no flow. So earlier on, you mentioned about taps and interconnecting the schemes. So would that have an effect on increasing flow to those areas that are struggling?
No, it wouldn't make much difference. There are options, I'll mention them briefly later, that we can explore with individual users. We think we can minimise leaks on some farms if the farmers are agreeable to make some changes on to their operation. I probably don't want to drill down into that right now, but there are options to explore in that area, and some benefits at the end of our network where we really have pressure problems.
Right, carry on. Thank you, gentlemen.
So I think you've touched on a number of these consequences anyway, but so big picture, we said that the fixed price was pretty much the same everywhere already, but the variable price would go much higher for the plains and quite a bit lower for already equalised areas because there's a huge difference at the moment. So we're talking about that 50 cents versus $2.20, $2.30 at the moment. So you can see there's a big difference there.
So it's currently 50 cents for cubic metre on the plains and about $2.39, I think, for the Whakatane equalised schemes,
So that change would be very noticeable for plains users, and especially the bigger ones. So we'd see, I call them more strenuous conservation efforts will occur. As I mentioned earlier, we've had a little bit of work done to see what we'd be doing to the cost structure on a farm. Dairy NZ has some pretty good information on their website, and we've sought some external advice as well. So we'd be pushing up water costs to something like 2.5% of farm gate revenue, and at the moment they're probably down below 1% of farm gate revenue. So, and as we mentioned, farmers, some of them might want to explore bores that are inactive or club together and do things. Who knows?
Can I just ask, Howard, this is if we don't have a decreasing rate?
It's a good point, Bevan. That rate structure, that little blue graph thing, you can move it up, down, or left or right. So you can create steps in it. You can have more than one step. You can have 2, 3, 4 if you want to. And you don't have to have a step if you don't want to. So you've got options in that space. But I would see all of the scenarios I envisage will have users paying significantly more on the plains. It'd be hard to not achieve that if you're equalising.
Greg, yes?
So I think, the 2.5% is if we had just a straight line rate across the equalised scheme.
Yeah.
It's not inclusive of any steps. Yeah.
Oh, so to further Bevan's question, at the moment the 2.5% is based on it being a flat line, but if you step down it would come down to like 1.6 or something like that, potentially. We could determine that.
Yeah, depending on where you put it.
Thank you.
And I think, as we all know around the table, we could lose some customers, and that in terms of revenue, that's not good for us. In terms of growth and capacity for other users, it may not be too bad. As Bevan has said, the river source one day might be mothballed, and we've got water is generally travelling eastwards on the plains from the bore at Braemar, from Paul Road. So if some customers have good alternatives, then they have every option to explore them and use them. So top down, this is engineering calculations, so not Greg, so don't hang Greg if these are wrong, but the 286 was averaging the three, the Murupara, the equalised and the plains fixed charges. Your volumetric could, and this is with no step at the moment, keeping it very simple, volumetric could move into the $1.60 or $1.55, $1.85 range. That's this year dollars, so next year it would probably be more, I predict. And this is work that Greg can drill down into great detail, depending on what you want to do. So I call this primary direction. We would like to leave the room today with those four questions answered. So and they have to be sort of in that order too, that are we prepared to set aside the entitlement system? Do we want to equalise, steady, increasing or decreasing, and the fixed volumetric thing, we had an option to move that a little bit. So perhaps maybe I'll shut up for a bit and discuss.
Well, we've actually had a lot of good questions and some excellent responses, thank you. And I guess I'll just kick it off by saying it appears to me, it seems like a step change is required. It is the right time to do it. The entitlement system, while it worked for a while, is now, the whole landscape has changed. Equalisation seems like the right option. I quite like the decreasing idea of the flat line going down and possibly a couple of other steps if that is going to help ease some pain for those on the plains. And moving the needle I'm not quite sure about. So we're open up for any other discussion. Gavin, you're looking very determined, like you want to say something.
I agree with equalisation. I agree with the volumetric charging. The needle, I need to see more about what that's going to cost the people. I like the idea of that we mentioned before, that everyone pays the same charge and then the farmers will pay a decreasing amount above what the average maybe urban user is. Setting aside the entitlement system, I accept that, but I think we should go back and find out how many of the original 95 are still in the owners of the original people, and that they would be phased in over a number of years because of the fact they were the original people, and I think there needs to be a bit of work done on that. I accept, like the...
Thanks, Kevin.
Stuart McCarty and people like that on Otakeri Road, he would have been one of the original people. And I'm sure there's a few others where it's still in the family, but as they've sold, I think then we have the right to say, well, you weren't the original person to set it up, but I'd like to see where the figures would be on that one.
Thank you, Kevin. Just before I go to John, then Victor, Greg, you wanted to say something, but I just wanted to clarify that the people on the the people who originally set it up, while it might have taken, they've had their big 5 years of paying a lot more, then followed by like another 15, they still have received a lot of long-term benefit since then, though, still only paying 50 cents. So while I hear what you're saying, it might be of interest, they have well received the benefit over the years. Greg, you go first, then John, thanks.
Just to clarify number 4 with the fixed volumetric needle. So at the moment we're sitting at that 40% fixed and 60% volumetric. And initially when we came to you guys in December, we went away and looked at what it would mean if we changed that to 50-50, 75-25 and 100% volumetric. So from this discussion, yeah, we can go away again and do some modelling on how much of an impact that would have on changing people's costs as well.
Right, thank you. John?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I support all those directions, really. I think it's the right time to do that while we're involved in this whole local water done well situation where we are changing, and so we should look to that to move forward in the future, really. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Andrew?
Thanks, Leslie. Again, the decision we make, this is primarily plains, right? So if we go down this path, that's going to literally be what we're hopefully going to get across the whole of the water schemes, district-wide.
Sorry, say that again. I just had to decline a call.
If we say yes to these four with regards to the plains water supply, because this is what we're talking about at this point in time, right?
No, the question one relates only to the plains.
Yep.
But number 2, 3 and 4 relate to all water.
Right. So what's missing to me in the previous slides is the bullet point that comes back to affordability for some of those communities.
So, and that's one of the principles we talked through, I think it was in the second workshop where we got some direction. So affordability, the biggest challenges are generally in residential properties or in those communities that, are residential type. Having more volumetric charge versus fixed supports the affordability conversation because that person has more choice about how much water they use. So a 0% fixed and 100% volumetric will support the affordability conversation greater than the current structure, which is 40%, 60%, for example. Equalisation, that all that will do is change the volumetric charge if you've got a 0% fixed and 100% volumetric. So again, that promotes affordability. And then the decreasing volumetric step change will support affordability if from a rural or from a farming perspective as well, because if they are massively high users and you've got a stepped change, then they can manage those additional costs by incurring charges at a lower rate. So I think, we've thought about the impact of affordability the whole way through this process.
Again, just harking back to Murupara, we still haven't had that conversation with that community, and we still we know we've got issues in the water up there, I think we're 100% certain that the issue isn't in the intake, it's more in the delivery.
Yep.
So again, looking at the costs that wastewater is already going to put on them, there's still an unknown cost there as to what it's going to need to possibly upgrade the network, isn't it?
Yeah, then that's right. Leaving them unequalised will be a much more expensive outcome for that community. You're right, though. We haven't engaged on this with any of the community yet, because what we're trying to do is seek some principled direction from you around what is a fairer rating system, understanding what's coming at us down the road with significant capital works improvements, levels of service change, direction around local water done well, and water metering and conservation. What we're aiming to do is get the direction from you, model the outputs come back in a subsequent workshop and lay it all out, so that we can undertake that communication engagement. In terms of the water supply challenges, there have been a number of conversations with the community board and appropriate stakeholders. That's kind of been put on a bit of a pause whilst the new CEO came on board, but those conversations will pick up again.
Okay, thank you, Bevan.
Can I just have one more?
Yes.
Again, when we do this modelling, again, the rate or the rates for those households, can we then put what that water component would be alongside what their actual rate is now?
Correct, yeah. Yeah, so all the modelling we've got is current versus proposed changes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Andrew and Bevan. So we've got Victor, Julie, Tony, John.
I guess I'm just wondering if equalisation reduces your versatility, your ability to tune for circumstance. And then fairness issue, well, that's all sort of in the eyes of the beholder. I mean, from a Murupara perspective, it's fair that they get the upgrade. From a Whakatane resident perspective, they will ask, why am I paying for a remote community? I mean, that's the bit I'm struggling with. What's fair?
And that will probably come in a subsequent workshop when they bring in the charging, the needle of fixed versus volumetric.
Yeah.
So we'll have that discussion probably at that time. So just for now, just some comments about the 4 questions.
Yeah, sorry, your first point though, equalisation gives you more flexibility to target, put focus and investment where we know the asset needs it. Yeah.
Thank you. Julie?
Thanks, I won't hold the floor for long, because basically I agreed with what Leslie said, so that's my thoughts on the matter. In regards to the entitlement system, I don't know that we actually need staff to be looking into whether or not the same people own the property now or not. I don't personally think it's relevant, because I actually think that the purchase price in the property that they bought would have been potentially higher if it was, an entitled property. So I just don't think that's sort of relevant, and I don't know that I'd necessarily like to see staff spending time on that information, because I don't think we gain anything back from knowing that. So, but otherwise, I think the time's right to look at it, equalise.
Thank you, Julie. Tony?
Shoved a lolly in my mouth. Yes, I mean, I support the ability for the entitlement system to be set aside, given that the future needs that those within that scheme area will need to have significant support, financial support, if they were to be able to manage those costs themselves. And so by equalising it now, it allows a general wider support in the program. I also support a phasing option that allows for those who have recently come into the scheme to be able to recover the amount they have paid straight up into that scheme before they go into the new process, I suppose. I mean, I'm just concerned about those who've recently come in, paid upfront costs, and then they're just going to, lose that and then, get charged at a higher rate. So just wondering whether or not that might probably is going to cost more in administration than it's worth, but just a whakaaro there. I'm in favour so far, from my limited understanding of what we got this morning about the volumetric charging and the decreasing, and not too sure about still trying to get my head around the needle thing, but other than that, support in general. Also, there will be a consultation process on this with the community.
Yep.
Sorry. Okay, thanks.
Lovely. Thank you, Tony. And Greg, you had a response to one of the questions? You're okay. All right, thank you. John, then Gavin, then Nandal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The word affordability is forefront of our mind, and I can't help thinking, so what value do we put on our health? And on our health. So what value do we put on our health? And we probably don't think about that, and there's always a cost to it, really. But equalisation also, I mean, we're all in this together as a whole district, in my view, and that's important that we're helping each other, I think.
Thank you, John. Gavin?
So I'm not going to rant and rave about the rest I've done, but that fixed and volumetric, I kind of like the idea of having a slightly lower fixed and a higher volumetric. And the reason for that is that when we rate people, that's the rate, they can't do anything about it. Yet, if you're actually a bit short of money, you can turn your lights off and all that and lower your power bill. You can do that for some of your other bill, not use your car as much and lower your petrol bill and all that sort of stuff. What I like about having maybe 40 or 30% fixed, the rest volumetric, it actually gives people a bit of control over what they're paying, and so it's their choice whether they use a lot of water, and farmers haven't got much choice because they need water for their cows, but for the urban people, you maybe not water all your gardens, you can reduce how much you use, and you're in control of yourself as to how much you're actually paying out for your water. So I kind of like that concept.
Thank you, Gavin. Nandal, then two. No, Peter.
Thank you. First of all, a question, then I got some comments. My question was, with the farm study that was done, was there an indication that dairy farmers, who I guess are the predominant water users on the plains, have significant opportunities for water conservation?
Sort of yes and no. Dairy shed hygiene, you can't really cut corners in that space, so you need good water supply and good water pressure to achieve that. In terms of stock drinking, they have to drink a certain amount during summer especially. You can't change that. You can change a few things. If you're feeding a lot of, say, palm kernel, that's a dry product, and so they need to supplement that with water. So it's kind of an economic decision whether you use palm kernel. It's probably more than economic, animal health and welfare and what have you. So you can change that. So you'd factor in some water with your palm kernel cost if you're supplementing feed. Another way is that, as an example, my house had about 50 metres of alkathene pipe serving it, and the Jolly, so built in about 1990, the Jolly alkathene pipe just started randomly bursting at random places, and it became pretty annoying, and I've had to replace a whole lot. Imagine kilometres of alkathene on a farm. So in the middle of summer, you're never going to find your leaks. So you'll have troughs that are not overflowing, all your troughs are nice, and you think you've got no leaks, but you might have huge leaks all over the place. Very, very hard to find on a farm. But there are options that if for instance, you're on a trickle feed, you can depressurise. Once your troughs are full, the pump goes off, and instead of subjecting all those possible leaks to very high pressure from our reservoir that's up on the hill, you could have next to no pressure in your system, and you could you could significantly decrease some leakage. So there are sort of options like that farmers can explore to have the high pressure, maybe a pump when they need dairy shed hygiene, but different response in terms of stock water. So it's not as simple as just usage can be varied by behaviour and doing some smart things.
Yeah, right.
Thank you. For that one, Nanda.
So I suppose the argument against going for equalisation is that we create some revenue uncertainty. That seems to be the biggest thing. I mean, we're likely to see some water conservation in the ways you've mentioned and domestic as well. But I think that for me, the thing is getting the system kind of straightforward and getting the settings right is really important. I think we do need to move forward and get that in place. I'd like to understand a bit better the cost of the projected kind of maintenance and upgrade costs we got coming and how those compare to, so for example in Murupara we know that the costs of the upgrades are going to be significant and will actually make equalisation a much better option over the medium term. Whether that's the case on the plains, I'm not quite clear, so I'd like to understand that a bit more. And that would be an important part of the message, I think, as we go out. The timing is something I'm not clear. Do we have to do this straight away? Is there an opportunity to phase this in or kind of at least give some time for the community to get used to the idea is something I'd like us to be thinking about. I agreed with the point I think Leslie made about, and maybe Julie, about the original owners. I get Gavin's point and I'm sympathetic to it, but I do think that the benefits have been people have had those benefits for such a long time now. I do have some concern about people who've come in recently and whether just making sure that it's fair on them. I mean, we did talk about it, but just double checking that we're not going to be unfair on people who've come in very recently, although those numbers have been quite small. So yes, I think we need to set aside the entitlement system. I think we should equalise. I think we should go for the decreasing volumetric charging. I generally don't support that because it goes against water conservation, but I think that just putting in place the equalisation will drive a lot of water conservation anyway. And so I think the decreasing volumetric, that just allows the impact on those commercial users to be a bit lower, and that's quite a big substantial increase for them. So yeah, I think decreasing volumetric charging, and in terms of fixed versus volumetric, I tend to support all volumetric unless there's a good reason not to. And again, I guess that gives us a little bit of revenue uncertainty, I suppose, if it's all volumetric. But my tendency is to prefer that because I just think, well, it gives people, as Gavin has said, some options for adjusting their own behaviour in order to be more affordable. So, but if there's a good reason for, or if that's not the general view, but definitely more towards the volumetric is my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Nandos. Greg's got a comment, and then Ngāpera.
I've remembered what my answer for you was. The recent additions to the plain scheme, the contributions they made were not that high. So in the grand scheme of things and the amount of work, you could probably draw a line in the sand and say, we'll refund everybody in the last 3 years or 5 years. Or something, or just an idea, right? Just, yeah, it's not significant enough to really have a phasing in and stuff like that. With the fixed volumetric, 100% volumetric is going to really heavily penalise those high users. So if I was to look at, if we equalised and you stay at the current 60% volumetric, it's about $1.77, $1.80. When you go up per cubic metre, when you go up to that 100% volumetric, it's around $3. So when you're a high user, it's going to have a negative impact on those people. So I mean, this is, I can go away, I've already modelled a lot of this data, so it's not going to take me a significant amount of work to answer you guys' questions, but it's so overwhelming, all the data, that's why we can come back to you with a more condensed version of it to answer your questions. So.
Can I ask a supplementary on that though? Because are you talking about high domestic users? Because I got the impression earlier that the big commercial users, that the fixed charge was a very minimal proportion of their bill. And if you're talking about high users, high domestic users, then I'm quite happy that they pay more because, it's a different issue, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got two, Ngāpera, possibly Wilson, and we've still got 5 slides to come. Thank you, too.
One of the questions I guess I have, I'm interested to see how many of the original users still own those farms. And secondly, I'd also like to know is, what's the difference between if those farms have been possibly changed hands and transitioned into horticulture? So how much water is being used, the same, I guess, space, and they've changed the care fruit. And so if they're under that original scheme, and they're only paying 50 cents for their water, you know, what benefits are they getting in that respect? I'm just interested to see how much water is being used in horticulture.
I think Greg may want to answer some of that too, but in terms of the entitlements with property transfer, our rating database has an entitlement for better or for worse, which is a number of cubic metres per year for every customer in the plains. And so our rating, and it's got a cell or a thing on a spreadsheet for the current owner's address. But there are no blanks that I'm aware of. Every property has an entitlement. So whether it's been sold or not or changed hands, our rating database isn't bothered about that. And so that's one point. What was the second part of your question? Sorry.
Just whether they transitioned into horticulture from a farm into a kiwi fruit farm.
And so, sorry about forgetting. We have been pretty consistent that we have said that we don't supply water for irrigation from day one. But we can't always see what happens behind shelter belts. Well, we can seldom see. We can see what happens on people's water bills. How much is used for horticulture or irrigation or frost protection, I really don't know. But we know that people, and there have been a number of schemes considered for irrigation as opposed to the like dairy farming supply. Most of them don't seem to have really gone anywhere. How much is used, we don't we know how much travels through the meter, what purpose it was used for, whether it was dairying, kiwi fruit, frost protection, we don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. We do, the data we have is pretty good in the sense that each property is given a use, a residential or horticultural or dairying. So I have got numbers here that I can tell you, like the dairying section and stuff like that. If they've moved over to horticultural and they haven't updated the rating database, then I wouldn't know, but I can see that there's no major horticultural users of water on the plains. All the big ones are all dairy.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you.
So I'm inclined towards, setting aside the entitlement system, yes. Going to equalising, yes. Volumetric charging with a decrease, yes. I'm like Gavin. I think I'd like to see the fixed, or move the dial closer, less fixed and more volumetric.
Super. Thank you very much too. Now, Peter.
Hi guys. Thank you for the work that you fellas do. I can just imagine your fellas' heads. So what I do know is that, and we all know at this table, that things are going to get worse. What you fellas are finding other solutions of how we can navigate this space and communicate it out to our communities. Thanks for the comments around Murupara. Been pretty kind of know what's happening in that space. So one of the things in terms of the entitlement system, I agree with Leslie. Benefits have been had and noted, so we just need to move forward on that one. One of the things I'm looking around is, because we know this space is going to be hard, and this is around the rates, there is something that I'm going to be really mindful of, and that's mokopuna decision making. mokopuna decision making is ensure that our future does not inherit some of the things, so we're going to have to make the call now. Yeah. And inside of that, I will support, yes, do equalise. I can't see Murupara trying to do something unequalised when we have infrastructure that is kind of pedo, which means rotten, which means hatted, okay? We cannot afford that cost. There's going to be some conversation that needs to be had, like me and Luca mentioned, around picking up costs for our rural areas. But hey, we're part of this district too. The next one is, supporting the volumetric in terms of decreasing rather than increasing. And that fixed down volume, thank you for your very practical way of explaining to us what some of those costs look like. You know, holding up the bottle of water, the 50 cents too, and then moving those numbers, doesn't make it in. But you simply explained it in a way that was understandable. I just really need to get on, ensure that within the consultation process, because all of this has to go out to consultation anyway. And then we will hear the true essence of what, that's where the submission, that's where everything's going to come back in. So let's just get on with that and get some great communications out there. Thanks.
Ngā mihi, ngā pira. Victor, you wanted to say something else?
I mean, are we just giving views, right?
Yeah, we're just giving views, yeah. It's views for them to come back with some modelling.
Yeah, I mean, I think the entitlement system can go. Equalise, yes. Volumetric charging, I guess whether we go steady increasing or decreasing, I'm on the slightly decreasing side, but I think 0.5, 50 cents a cube is maybe on the very cheap side, but you wouldn't want to wallop farmers either. And fixed volumetric, we're at 40/60, right? So I think there could be, for me, probably a bias towards a higher charge on the volumetric, like 30/70 or something, but I wouldn't go 100 either. So that's where I am.
Great, thank you. Wilson, can you hear us? Would you like to make any comments?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm basically agreeing with what everyone's been saying. I agreed with what you said at the start, Leslie, although was a while ago in the conversation, so I'm trying to remember what it was, but basically what Victor came up with and that was, I haven't got a problem with any of that. As far as the farmers on the plains and that go, farmers are businessmen and they just make business decisions. And 45, 50 years ago when the plains scheme went in, it was good business to put that system in, whereas now it might be better to put their own bore down. That's a decision they'll make, and it's just part and parcel of farming. I mean, a bore will only be good for 30 to 35 years anyway. So they've got to accept costs as well. I don't deny that, but I think we're all on the same track.
Great. Thank you very much, Wilson. Gentlemen, I see we've still got 5 slides, so if you could just quickly step us through those. I think you've got a good indication of, the thoughts and views around the table. And if it's something that can be discussed when we come back for the next version of this, that will be, we can possibly save that conversation for then.
Cool. You'll find these easy. So 4 points. When we say fixed, of course, we don't mean fixed. Sorry. And that's what this stuff is about. Second one is your emissions policy. Third one's unmetered, and fourth is availability. So what this here is a 40 millimetre inline meter. You can see how chunky it is. The brass one beside it is a 25 metre millimetre standard metre, and the one beside it, this one is one of your smart meters. So we're using far more of these now than the dumb meters over there. But you'll notice what I'm trying to show you is
Smart
the difference
meters
in
means
size.
it's internet connected? Is that what you mean by smart meter?
The answer is I don't know the details. Sorry, you're right. What I'm trying to display is the variation in size and bulk and cost of the equipment. And this, by the way, does not include the T or the saddle that connects that to one of our main pipes, our main. And I'm proposing that the fixed, oops, I've gone too far. I'm proposing that the fixed component isn't fixed actually, sorry about that, but I'm proposing it changes with diameter. So I'm proposing that the larger connections pay a larger fixed price, and the smaller ones, wherever it was, smaller ones pay a smaller fixed price.
It's a normal household.
That's, yeah, yep.
Does it mean the number of connections?
I missed the start of the question, sorry.
What does the word count mean? Does it mean the number of connections?
It does, that's correct.
Okay.
So most of our, that's good point, most of our connections are little, like this one. We have relatively few big, this one was the 40 millimetre, so you'll see they go quite a bit bigger than that. But we don't have many of them. And so Bevan and the team asked me to work out how many litres per minute can go through these things, and so I've done that. And in a way, this is a little bit like having kind of a big grunty power supply into your house or factory or whatever, more like factory than house actually. 3-phase and big fat wires and stuff like that. So the question is really, do you support something like that proposed column of rate there? Because at the moment it's just $285, and it doesn't matter what size connection you've got.
So this is about the capacity to supply water to that property. So, you know, if you have some of those large capacity or large connections and you're charging them $286, you know, that's what some of the challenges we've got out in certain areas that residential properties can't, you know, they'll get a trickle feed because they, you know, these number of large diameter connections are taking the water.
Yes, from me, Howard.
Yeah, is anyone that disagrees with that?
So that's more of a plains issue, isn't it?
No,
It's everywhere.
Everywhere.
Industrial? Yeah. Right, okay. But for the smaller towns,
Those prices are purely on throughput in litres per minute. Just incidentally, your possible new friends at Western Bay have a scheme similar to this, actually more punishing for the big boys and girls. Tauranga has a similar scheme, a bit less punishing for the big boys and girls. You'd be falling into line with the way they do business.
What would the size of a normal farm connection be?
I think I'd say there is no normal farm, but possibly sort of 40 or 50 millimetres for the decent sized farm.
So that's general agreement to work off this. Thank you. Carry on, Howard.
So you've got a remissions policy. I said we remit about $500,000 a year in leakage, and it's actually, I think, a good thing. It means the leak was found, the leak was fixed, and we tidied up the cost. I think we're a bit generous that currently you don't have to tell the council about your leak until 90 days or something after you've found the leak or received your bill, and then you've got another 90 days to fix it. I think we could tighten that up a wee bit. Generally, tradies can respond pretty jolly quickly these days to calls. And I think the language is a bit cumbersome there, but it's kind of an operational thing, but I just wanted to share that with you that unless you disagree, we'd like to just tidy that up a wee bit.
go with it.
Yes, fine.
Which did I jump past? So availability. I probably don't want to spend too long on this. We do charge availability to 612 properties at the moment who could connect to our water supply but don't, and they get charged half of that fixed fee. It brings in 123 grand, what did in that previous financial year. You could have a purist approach, cranking it up, or to crank up the price. You could change the distance away from our network that it applies, whether it's 30 or 50 or 100 metres. My recommendation is probably don't go there. You've got bigger fish to fry than muck around with this, but you might disagree.
So can I just clarify, you said the 612 rating units have a fixed one, whether they get it or not, because it's already been laid?
It's the not,
Yeah.
because they're not connected to
Yeah.
our system. Yeah.
And they pay half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I think, oh, Tony, yes?
Right. So is there any data on whereabouts are these rating units, and is there a higher amount of rating units depending on the area where they are located? I do just, because it's the whole thing about them not connecting and whether or not they have affordability issues of being able to connect. And, what is the rate of them, defaulting or not paying that?
I've no knowledge of the rate of payment or not, sorry. They're scattered throughout the district. Quite a few are vacant lots. For instance, quite a few at Murupara now, that in the areas, they're still rating units, but there's no house there anymore.
Okay.
And there's vacant lots sprinkled throughout the district. Some people have made a conscious decision not to connect. I think there can be some sharing, that there may be informal arrangements between someone who's got a holiday caravan on a property and their neighbour. They might buy water informally off their neighbour. I don't know.
So when you mention vacant lots, so it's probably seems to be more likely that once they do build or have a residential property on there or something like that, they're likely to then connect at that time.
Generally, that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, next slide. Thank you, Howard.
I think this almost might be my last one. So unmetered, I mentioned much earlier that unmetered users use more water than metered users. There's two main reasons, in my opinion. One is that you'll never find a leak at your unmetered supply, unless it erupts, visibly. You won't know that you've got a leak. So some of the water will be doing that, just leaking away. And I think in general you'll use more water if you're unmetered. You'd wash the car more vigorously. You might have the kids running around in fountainy things during the summer, I don't know. And so do you want to, all of the schemes currently have a price for unmetered supply. Do you want to change that? Do you want to increase it, effectively is what I'm saying. So we seek direction on that. I would note that we as a council are generally on a metering journey anyway. We're deploying these. Taniatua was mentioned earlier. It's your choice whether you want to make any change in the unmetered space.
I think what we'll do is come back with some options, but I think a good starting point would be if we consider getting rid of the entitlements, equalisation, the fixed versus variable, then we look at what is the average cost going to be for a property using 90 litres, right? And then what we'll do is say that's the price per litre, and therefore the price for an unmetered for 206 litres is going to be X times that, and that'll give you a kind of a apples with apples approach.
All right, we've got two quick questions for Gavin and John.
So I totally disagree with that, Bevan, because the person who is unmetered, okay, the average is 206 metres, but that person might be very conservative and only be using 85 cubic metres, and you're going to penalise them for the 206. Plus, if you raise that, I actually struggle with that second line, 206 litres / PD versus 90. What does that mean? Does that mean they're paying 206 metres now? That's what you want them to pay for 206 metres?
So the average for unmetered users 206 litres per day, that's
Yep.
the PD, versus 90 litres per day on the metered Whakatane or Hopi scheme.
Yeah, I understand that, but what's the PD? Does
Per
that
day. Per day.
Okay, so yeah, I disagree with that, because in my thing before, where people have a bit of control with metered water is they can use less if they're trying to reduce their water bill. What you're saying there is that everyone's using 206 litres. I wouldn't use 206 litres, I'm quite conservative. Compared to the lady down the road who's got a massive garden, her sprinklers are on all the time. So you're penalising me because of her, and I've got no control over that, so I disagree with that.
The same thing's happening right now with the unmetered rate.
So why are we putting it up?
Well, we don't, what we're saying is, because you're making all of these other changes around equalisation, volumetric, you should create a calculation that is apples with apples. It may increase, it may decrease, we don't know yet until we work through this process. But the other point is, if it is an increase, what you could do is incentivise putting a meter in. Because meters aren't expensive, and if people ask for a meter and they want to conserve and pay on a volumetric rate,
then we'll put it in for them.
We'll put a meter in.
Okay.
Right.
Do people understand that?
I don't think so. And one of the things we want to do is have a real good communication, education process as a result of all this direction.
So oh, sorry.
Yeah, you carry on, Tony.
Just following on from that, so if it was put forward that if there was going to be an increase in unmetered users, could that be a package, like to say, like when they're communicated about the increase, that there is also the ability to have a meter installed if they want that option?
Definitely.
Right, so is the general direction in agreement with that? Yes? General? Yeah. All right, well, I apologise, I didn't realise we would have so many great questions to seek more information, so we could have had a break earlier than the 11:05 indicated, and then lunch an hour later. So looks like the next steps is you've got some information and some direction, gentlemen, to go back. Have you got any last question of us? No? Well, thank you very much. Sometimes these sort of sessions that you think, oh, water again, I actually learned a lot for today's session. So thank you very much. And I feel I can speak to the public more about water rates. So all the best with the next phase, and look forward to having you come back and talk to us again. What we're going to do, folks, because we're running a little bit behind schedule, is we're going to do the next two sessions that Bevan and Nigel are presenting. We're going to take them one after the other and then have a delayed lunch break at 1 o'clock. So that's our goal. Yes? So welcome, Nigel. Thank you very much. And we're in your hands for talking to us about WOLDS.
Yep. Good morning, councillors. We've got two presentations this morning. I'm looking for a bit of feedback and thoughts on both of these, a bit of direction on where we go. So the first one we're going to talk about is the Waste Operator Licensing Data Scheme, otherwise known as WOLDS. Before I actually tell you what the scheme is, I'd like to just set the scene and give you some thoughts, first of all. So what I want you to think about as we go through this scheme is, do we need it? Is the work that's required to put into it worth what will council actually get out of it? You'll see from the scheme what it will give council is more waste data, but very little data on top of what we've already got. So we just need to keep that in mind of whether we actually want to go ahead with this scheme. The scheme at the moment, the way it stands at the moment, staff recommendation would be not to implement it at this stage, but we could always consider it later, because as I'll explain on the next slide, it is a scheme across the Waikato and Bay of Plenty, but we could always consider it later after it's been implemented elsewhere for a period. So what is it? What is WOLDS? The Waste Operator Licensing Data Scheme. It's a cross-regional system that will cover the Waikato and the Bay of Plenty, and it basically has two main parts. The first one is licensing waste operators that operate within your territorial authority, and the second one is requiring them to submit data on what waste they are dealing with. And that data is basically what tonnage are they collecting, where they're collecting it from, what is it, where does it come from, where does it go. The system itself will be administered by BOPLAS, Bay of Plenty Local Authority Shared Services, and they will actually issue the licenses for each territorial authority after approval from the individual authorities. The data will be submitted by waste operators for each area that they operate in, and they will submit that via an online portal, and then that data will then be available to individual councils. The system itself is planned to be implemented over 3 stages. The first stage, phase 1, was planned for July of this year. Dates for phase 2 and 3 haven't yet been decided. We were originally part of phase 1. However, we decided to withdraw from phase 1 based on the amount of work that will be required before we can go ahead, and I'll go over that in the next slide. So what would it actually mean for council? As we say, it will give us a bit more data, but not much. It will mean a standardised licensing system that is the same across all councils that take part. It will come at a cost, but we had seen ahead on this, and we do actually have those costs already in the LTP budget, so we won't need any more cost to actually run the scheme. What the licensing requires is a bylaw to say that your council can actually do this, and we did build it into the last bylaw review in 2018, so we can do that. However, what the bylaw says is before we implement the scheme, we have to undergo consultation. So we would have to do that consultation before we could go any further. It also means we would have to set fees and charges that we would charge the waste operators for their licences and towards the costs of running the scheme. The licence itself hasn't yet been written, so that's another piece of work that would need to be done. However, what could happen to make this easier across the regions, a template could be created which individual councils then tweak for their own needs, which is exactly what we did with the waste bylaw template. If we implement the scheme and we're issuing licenses, it will require us to monitor the compliance of those licenses. And we will need to make decisions on what compliance we put in place and what level of monitoring we want to put in place for that. The software that the scheme will run on is on a system called Water Outlook. This is a software system that's already used by our Three Waters department, so we already have a license for that, so there would be no extra expense on that part. What we would also be required to do is to actually, as well as consulting on the licence and the scheme itself, we would have to go consult with the waste operators, but we would also be required to actually train the waste operators and actually show them how to use the scheme, how to use the portal, etc. So there would be extra staff time and administration involved with this. Although some of it will be done by BOPLAS, there will be extra staff time required for council. I think it's important to actually consider what it means for the waste operator, because they're the other main party that would be affected by this scheme, should we go ahead. So the waste operator would require a licence for each territorial authority that they operate in. And they would be required to pay a fee for each one of those licenses. Although it could be worked out that they do an overall fee to cover the ones where they operate. There would obviously be a level of compliance as well expected from the operators. It would mean one advantage to them would be that it's a more standardised system. So they know that what they're doing in one area also applies in another, and the data they're submitting is the same for all those areas where they have an operating licence. There would be a fee, as mentioned. At this moment, it's estimated to be around $600 per annum for small operators and up to $1,500 for large operators. They would need to do the monthly reporting via the portal, and that reporting, as advised, it includes tonnes, activity category. What that means is what type of waste is it? Is it residential? Is it industrial? Is it commercial? That sort of thing. They would need to report on the geographic source, where that waste has come from. And that's the one bit of information that we don't have. We have everything else that the scheme will provide, we already have the data, but that's the one bit that we're actually lacking. We would expect pushback from the waste operators on this scheme. If they have to operate under the scheme elsewhere, that might reduce the pushback, but then we might get questions such as, why do I have to do it here if I'm not doing it there, if that council doesn't take part? And
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah.
So what or how do we currently charge waste operators?
We don't.
Oh.
We don't. We charge them for dumping the rubbish,
Yes.
but we currently don't have a licensing scheme.
Okay.
So there are, throughout the Waikato Bay of Plenty, there are a few councils that currently have one. Hamilton has one. So it would make things easier for them, but we ourselves, we don't license them at the moment.
Thank you. John, you've got a question?
We as council classified as a waste operator?
Yes, we would, because we operate our own facilities and we collect curbside rubbish, etc. So we would be classed as a waste operator.
Andrew, you have a question?
Nigel, how does that time with the likes of private operators? That we Handycans is one that operates within our district.
Yep.
Have we got more?
5.
Oh, we've got 5.
We've actually got 5 operators within our district. Most of them are small, 4 small ones and waste management.
Right. Yeah.
Who are a larger one. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And a question from Julie.
Thank you. Hi, Nigel. Just what actual benefit would there be from us knowing the geographical source? I mean, I can think of some myself, but I think you'll probably be, you know, because you say that that's the bit we don't have, and that would be probably the only benefit so far that I can see. So what benefit knowing that would we really get by knowing that?
Yeah. I'll cover it later, but it's okay. That's okay. Under the current waste legislation, which just came up for review last week, so we don't know what's going to happen, we are required to produce a waste assessment. That waste assessment must take into account what we know about all waste within our district, where it's coming from, what is it, where it's going, etc., etc. So the only bit of information, as we said, well, there's 2 bits of information we don't have. One is any waste that doesn't pass through our facilities. There may be an operator that takes it straight to landfill, but from what we know, that is very minimal. The only other information we don't have is we know that at least 4 of those waste operators are dropping waste off at our resource recovery centre from outside, that they've picked up from outside the Whakatane district. So that is one bit of information we don't have. You probably recall, discussed at previous council meetings, the KPI we have to measure the amount of waste per person per annum going to landfill. So we know there is a risk we may not meet that KPI this year. We're close, and we're still well below the national average, but we now know from recent work that we've done that waste that's coming from outside the district is contributing to what we are sending to landfill. So it's actually contributing to us possibly not meeting that KPI. So that is the only benefit that we would get, is having a measure of that data that's being brought into our district, into our facilities from elsewhere.
Thank you, Nigel. I've got a question from Bevan, Nando, John, Gavin.
Nigel, who sets the licence fee? Is that us? Or
it will be
sector?
through discussions between Boplas and ourselves.
Okay, so if we've got 5 small waste operators,
Yep.
it's $3,000 a year, and we've got additional administration, staff time, software, IT.
Yep.
Are we expected that general rates will pick up the balance of implementing this type of system?
It is possible, yeah. We have, there will be fees payable by council to Boplas for administrating the scheme. We currently have $10,000 per annum in the LTP budget. That 10,000, we believe, that will cover the fees payable to Boplas, but the costs that you've just outlined, those haven't been quantified at this point.
Thank you.
Nando.
Thank you. Thanks, Nigel. Just following on from Julie's question, so the only real advantage is to get some limited additional data around geographical origin. Is there any potential to talk to the waste operators and say, look, we're considering joining the scheme, it's going to be onerous for you. If you could provide us with geographical data, we can forego?
I think that would be a good idea, yes.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, that's something we should definitely consider.
Yeah, good thought. John, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So Nigel, the people that are bringing it from outside the district means that those districts aren't paying, are they, for the volume of waste? We are.
Yeah, but we are charging them though. We charge the operators for dumping the waste at the resource recovery centre. And then they would have to pass on those costs to wherever the waste has come from.
Right, but we have volumes that we have to record and get charged for by whoever it is, isn't it, the government or whatever. So we're paying for stuff that's not ours really, aren't we?
Now, if no, the costs are going back to waste operators. So if a operator brings in a ton of waste from a Portici and dumps it in our facility, they will be charged at the usual tonnage rate, no matter where that waste has come from. So they are paying fees, appropriate fees on what they're bringing in. We just don't know where, at this time, exactly where it's coming from.
And the negative for us also is that it's contributing to our landfill KPI.
Yes,
negatively.
correct, yep.
Thank you. Gavin?
Is there a way, it's a combination of both the last people that spoke, is there a way to say to those people, you need to tell us how much you're bringing in and where it's from, or else you're going to pay the licensing fee? But also, should we charge them double if they're bringing it in from Potiki? And then my last question is, the $280 odd fee they're paying, is that actually paying for us to truck it up to Turahonga, or is it we subsidising that?
Yeah, your first question, yeah, as we just discussed with Nando, we can certainly have that conversation with them. We can ask them to, we can say, this is a licensing fee licensing system that's being proposed. If you tell us when you bring this waste in where it's come from, then we can forego the whole licensing system and the need for you to submit the data. So that's a conversation we can have. The amounts we are charging, they cover handling of the fee at the Resource Recovery Centre. They cover transport, covers the waste levy, emission trading scheme, and the actual dumping fee. So we are covering all those 5 elements in what we're charging.
It's just the tonnage per resident that we're not getting right because they're bringing in from outside.
Sorry, what was that?
It's just a tonnage of waste created by each resident within our district that we can't work out because it's been infiltrated from outside.
Yeah, we have a number on it at the moment, but as we say, it is being affected by that waste that's coming in because it's not waste from within our district, but it's contributing. Because the measure itself, we just take the total tonnage that's sent to landfill and basically divide that by the population of the district. But if that tonnage includes waste that's coming from Kawarau, Portici, and possibly even further, then it's obviously affecting that result.
Thanks, Nigel. Carry on.
So, yeah, I mean, as we've been discussing through the presentation, the question is, do we actually need it? It's not a mandatory scheme. As I explained, we are required under the Waste Minimisation Act as it stands at the moment to actually have information on waste within our district. However, we've never had that information before, and it hasn't stopped us providing the services that we provide now. And if we didn't have the scheme, it would not stop us to continue providing those services. We have good data. Compared to other TAs, we have a really good data system. the geographic source is the only bit we're missing. We can maintain the status quo. Central government were considering developing a national system. However, when the current government came in, they put that on hold. That may change again in the future. If that goes ahead, there may be a bit of a duplication. We only have the 5 operators in our district. Our thoughts are the scheme is more suitable for larger councils. The likes of Tauranga, who actually don't operate their own facilities, so they don't have the data that we have. So it's more suitable for likes of Tauranga, where they also have more operators moving around the district as well. At this time, we don't know which councils will join and who won't. There is a table of advantages and disadvantages, but I think we've covered those off, so I'll not go through them again. One other thing we should consider is, if we don't go ahead with the scheme, what does this do with our relationships with BOPLAS and other councils? I've been involved in the development of the scheme from the outset, due to what we know about data and developing data systems. So we have been there from the start of the development of the scheme, and we've always thought it's a good scheme. But is it suitable for us is the question. I have explained to BOPLAS that, well, we totally agree with the idea behind the scheme, the reasons why we think it may not be suitable for us, as we've gone through on the presentation. I've spoken to other councils. Our neighbours, Apodiki, haven't made any decision yet. Cawarel haven't even given it any thought. I've not been able to get an answer from Rotorua. Western Bay, who are also in Tranche 1, have said yes, but they're not going to be ready for the 1st of July. Tauranga, who are also in Tranche 1, have also said yes, but again, they're not going to be ready for the 1st of July.
Excuse me, Nigel, question from Julie.
Nigel, if we say no at this stage, that doesn't prevent us at any time in the future joining it, does it? So, we might want to see how it worked, or, something like that. So it's not a you have to sign in now, that's it.
No, it's not. Yeah. We indicated to BOPLAS that we did not want to be part of phase 1. We just couldn't get everything done in time that needs doing. The dates for phases 2 and 3, they haven't been decided yet. So that's something we can do. We can sit back and see how the scheme goes, see what the feedback is from other councils and waste operators within other districts, and then just make a decision further down the line.
Thank you.
So we are looking for some direction from council on thoughts. That may be an approach that council wishes to take on what we do at the moment, whether we just sit back and see how it works elsewhere and consider it at a later date when we know the dates of phases 2 and 3.
It looks like the nods around the table that is the best option for us to do at the moment. Any other thoughts and feedback, Gavin?
I think it also depends on your talks with our 5 minor rubbish collectors as to whether they are willing to provide that information. And if they say no, then obviously we either impose our own large fee on them, or we join the scheme to make it more seemable, legal. But I agree that we shouldn't go into it at the moment, because we're trying to save costs, and that's obviously going to increase costs. But I think there needs to be a bit of pressure on some of those other smaller operators to actually let us know where it's coming from.
Yep. We can certainly have those conversations, yeah.
Nandor, you've got a thought?
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's important. I don't know that I agree that if we can't get that information, we should then sign up to the scheme, because I'm not sure that the additional information is worth the hassle. But maybe we can revisit that. But I definitely think, in general, we should see how it unfolds and just revisit it at a later time. I just want to ask one quick question. So those 4 of the smaller operators, could you just run through who those are?
Yeah, there's Handicans, Blue Rock, Foot Bins, and Bay Waste Solutions.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to make one other comment, which is we've got really good information now, and I just wanted to acknowledge the work that you've done, Nigel, in this area. I think we're really lucky at Whakatane to have someone who's so passionate and committed to the kaupapa. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel, for that. I've got one other question about the other operators. I know that when we have the finance and performance reports, there always seems to, and our debtors, non-rates debtors, there's always an industrial waste operator or someone that seems to owe us some funds. So are these 5 operators doing residential waste, or is it industrial?
They're mostly doing industrial. Mostly, apart from, I'm aware of one of those operators that is offering residential collections in areas that we don't cover on our curbside collections, and that is Handicans.
Okay.
They do offer residential collection services here and there, but the rest of them, it's all commercial industrial. However, they all also operate skips for residential waste. So there's a bit of a mixture, yeah.
Okay, just a supplementary. So interesting, the comment that Kawerau aren't even considering it, and we are receiving waste from Kawerau. So this is from the Kawerau District Council collection, not from the industrial guys there, or is it?
No, it's from the commercial operators. Basically, the main issue with Kawerau is the commercial operators are collecting waste in their district, but the transfer station has limited opening times.
Oh, okay.
So if they can't deposit it at the right time, they bring it to Whakatane.
But is it more regular than less regular, I guess?
Yeah, we just don't have a measure on it at the moment.
All right. Any other questions from members in regard to this? So you have our direction, which is no direction at this stage. Nigel?
Thank you.
Super.
That's good.
All right, thanks.
Thank
we'll
you.
Tag into the next presentation. Thank you. Sorry, Tony? Yeah.
Sorry, I think procurement.
So just as a bit of a preamble to this, we discussed implementation of fees and charges at the Murupara transfer station as part of developing the LTP. We talked about the cost of providing free waste to the Murupara community and the fact that other ratepayers were fronting up for that cost. We worked through the rationale which everyone supported, and I think it was right towards the end of the LTP process that the idea or the concept of a trial came up. So what we're trying to understand, we didn't think about it as a trial. What we didn't do as part of that process was how we're going to measure the effectiveness of the trial. What are the critical parts or things we're going to measure to understand whether it's successful or not successful. So Nigel and I have discussed this and we think it's appropriate to come back and have a conversation with you. Okay, what does the trial look like? What are we seeing? What did we see before? What are we wanting to measure, and what are some of the things challenges or issues we've seen as a result? And then there might be some other things that you'd like us to be mindful of or measure or keep an eye on. But yeah, we really want to know how we going to be, how we know it's going to be successful, and what are the next decisions that you need to see as councillors to make a call around whether we continue, extend the trial, or whether we stop altogether.
Thank you, Bevan.
So you're going to give us a bit of a presentation and then we'll discuss that question at the end, yes? Thanks.
Yeah, so as Bevan described, the introduction of the fees from the 1st of February this year was on a trial basis, but we didn't decide how we're going to measure that and how we will know whether that trial was a success. What I'd like to present to you is some thoughts on how we could measure this and seek your feedback on that. And obviously, if you've got any other ideas as well, we would like to hear them. The first thing we could look at is actually the amount of waste that's going from the facility to landfill. The first graph we have up there is the landfill waste over the last 13, 14 months from Murupara Resource Recovery Centre. The blue line represents the average tonnage per month that's gone to landfill from the facility. What we do see is the waste more or less doubling in December and January. And there's two reasons for that. The first one is we always get higher waste in December and January, no matter what the facility is. But the second one is we think people took the opportunity those last couple of months of tidying out their sheds, tidying out their houses, and we did see that the last 3 weeks, it was just a constant flow of vehicles. So what this raises a question of, is the waste following that period actually representative long term? Because that waste that was sent en masse during those 2 months would usually spread out over a longer period. So we can see the waste to landfill is lower than usual for February and March. So we have to consider, is that actually representative long term, and is a 1 year trial period appropriate, or do we need to actually go a little bit further? So one of the questions it raised with the decrease from waste going to landfill is, are people actually recycling more? There's two graphs on here. The one on the left is all the mixed recycling, paper, cardboard, tins, cans, etc. And that's from curbside and the Resource Recovery Centre. The one on the right is just the glass. Again, you see the December peak. But when you look at the graphs, they're not really telling us anything. And it's the same with all the information. 2 months data is not really giving us any picture long term. I've actually, just for your information, there's a little asterisk up there on the curbside recycling from Murupara. The curbside recycling from Murupara historically has been very problematic, and the material recovery facility where we usually send it directly after collecting it from the curbside will not take it because the contamination levels are that high. At the moment, we are having to offload the curbside recycling from Murupara in Whakatane and pre-sort it before we send it to the recycling facility in Tauranga. Sorry? Yeah. We did, as part of the fees introduction, we did a campaign in the Murupara area on recycling. We produced a leaflet which went out to households, other information that went out, but So far, it doesn't appear that that campaign has actually made any change, but it's something we're going to keep an eye on and just see how that plans out long term.
Nigel, is that distressing for the people at the recovery centre?
It's distressing for my team, that's for sure. And yes, it is, because it's more work for recovery centre, and it's also more work for the material recovery facility where it's sorted as well. So, yeah.
Gavin and Nandor.
In that previous slide, where we have the high surge in December and January, if you measured December, January, February and March, would the average of that meet the blue line?
I haven't done the maths, Gavin, but it's probably around there, yeah.
Also, I think 3 months is not really long enough.
No, it's
we need
not.
to see what, and I see further, we haven't got there yet, but obviously that's pretty understandable. I'd do the same, dump all my stuff before charges stuff. The average over the next 6 months, including December and January, would be really telling.
Yep. So that's what we're hoping for today, is for some direction on what you want us to continue measuring. Are these is this the data that you want us to present to you at the end of the trial period?
Right, thank you. Nandor, you had a question, then Andrew?
Yeah, thank you. I was just following on the question about the sorting, and probably not, but is there any potential to do that work in Murupara? And I'm just thinking, looking at places like Extreme Waste in Raglan, and they've got phenomenal success and community buy-in. And one of the reasons why is because they're in the community, they're seen in the community, they're really visible, they're kind of at everything. And that probably that would be the only way to really make a big impact in those terms. Is there any, because there was talk about doing organic waste in Murupara, wasn't there?
Yep.
So is there any potential, even like in the, maybe not immediately, but down the track?
Down the track we could. You would need assets to do that, and you'd need staff to do that. So basically the curbside recycling at the moment, what happens is the trucks go around the area, pick up the yellow lid bins, and then in the resource recovery centre we also have yellow lid bins where people can put mixed recycling. Then the curbside truck empties those as well and then brings a whole lot back. But it could be something to consider in the future, but you'd need the assets to do it and the manpower basically. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. And again, Nigel, thanks for bringing this report to us today, because it's something we promised the community that we would look at a 12-month trial. And it's good to see the information that you've managed to compile to this point in time. And it's something that really should go back to the community via their community board. It would be great for that. And it would be, hopefully, a good educational tool to try and get the message across with regards the contaminated recycling and what have you. So, no, thanks for that. But again, I guess, yeah, you're going to certainly need a 12-month operational period to get some sort of
definitely.
Data. Thank you.
Just on that, Andrew, would you actually like to see these graphs in the community board report?
Most definitely.
Okay.
Yes, and again, it comes back to communication and it comes back to education. So, yeah, I think both Napira and myself would agree that it would be great to see that. Okay. And then it gives it a good talking point in that community.
And perhaps now, just to add to that, the contamination percentage of the Murupara community, perhaps versus what's happening else across the district.
Yep.
Yeah. Not to say bad people, but to actually demonstrate that other districts and satellite communities can do it.
I will clarify, it's not just Murupara.
Okay.
I don't want to pick on Murupara. There are a few other areas as well. So we could continue to measure recycling and see what that is long term. We could measure the curbside refuse, because if people are dumping less at a resource recovery centre, does it mean they put it more in the bins? Again, the data doesn't really show it yet, but we could plan that out further. The costs and revenue is something else we could consider. So when we predicted the revenue from the fees and charges, we based that on the actual tonnage that was being sent to landfill and what we would charge for those tonnages at Whakatane, if that tonnage was brought into Whakatane. We estimated that at revenue at 180,000. However, the revenue we've received so far is way, way down. And the forecast based on the revenue we've received so far would be 57,000 for the year. But we have to consider that the waste volumes have also been lower. So that has actually affected the revenue. The actual expenditure of introducing fees and charges, we basically had 5,000 a year for admin, but that's actually increased, the cost has increased to 25,000. And the main reason for that is that we didn't consider that the contractor needed an extra hour at the end of the day to tidy up as he was busy in the shed dealing with customers. Landfill costs based on previous tonnages would have been 230,000, but based on current tonnage, if that continues, that would halve. So while we get getting less revenue, we would actually be spending less on the landfill costs. So that is something else that we can just keep an eye on long term, on what's actually costing us and what revenue we're actually getting in. Now, one of the main concerns that was repeatedly raised when we introduced the fees was that it would increase fly tipping. But this doesn't seem to have been the case. If we look at back requests from service through our customer services for the 12 months prior to introducing the fees, there actually were no requests for service to pick up fly tipping in the Murupara area. And it's been the same since February. So at the moment, there's actually been no change. Since February, we have actually started recording when waste is brought in, that's been picked up from fly tipping. We have recorded it as fly tipping. Unfortunately, prior to February, we didn't do that. So there may have been occurrences prior to February where people brought in some fly tipping, but because we're not actually dealing with them face to face, we may not have known about it. So there is that difference. So we could keep an eye on the fly tipping and see what the long-term effects are on that as well.
Just a bit of a... There was fly tipping reported at one of our Murupara Community Board meetings. Our Murupara Chair, Mary McLean, reported it as an increase around Te Whaiti, going out towards Te Whaiti area. So she might bring it through that platform, through the Murupara Community Board, but I can see that no one actually uses the request for service to actually, and maybe that's the messaging. The decisions that we make is usually on the information that we receive through those services. And if it shows that we don't have any, there's no fly tipping, then that's how we come up with what we decide. Yes, so, but I would say that it has been, it should be noted in our Murupara Community Board that it was raised.
Okay, thank you.
But you need the answer to those two questions, Nigel. Do we measure fly tipping?
Well, I've just got one more slide,
Okay.
and then I think we can take it from there. So there was a few lessons learned, and as we've said, 2 months data is not telling us anything. We need to monitor things a bit longer. Revenue has not been as high as expected, but due to the lower waste volumes than what was expected. We had a few requests for accounts, but the problem we have is, We don't have any weighbridge, we don't have any internet on the site, so we haven't been able to use the same accounting system that we use, say, at Whakatane. So we have come up with a process for a small number of parties, and that's basically the iwi and the schools, although it is a very paper-heavy, admin-heavy process, so it's a bit of a step backwards. But we have worked through that, but we're limiting users on who we will give those accounts to. There's actually been, since implementation, we've actually received very little pushback from the community. We think one of the reasons for that is because we've got locals who actually run the site. And I think that does help. One thing we have seen is, since February, is an increase in curbside bin replacements and repairs. So that indicates that people may actually be using their curbside services more than they previously were. So I'm happy to take any further questions, but basically what we'd like to know is all those thoughts that we've presented to you today, are those what you want us to continue monitoring? And is there anything else that you'd like us to monitor to measure that trial period?
Yeah, Nigel, we'll just kick things off with Julie.
Thank you. So to all four of them, I think you have to continue measuring the recycling, the curbside, the budget and the fly tipping, because that will give you the complete picture of where else it may be going. The only other thing that I can think of is, while we wouldn't be asking for confidential information, just for completeness, maybe we could ask the contractors in that area, like the independent contractors who pick up rubbish from businesses and things like that, whether or not they've picked up extra contracts due to people not wanting to take it to the Murupara recycling centre themselves. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yep. Yeah.
as a business owner, we can pay get your red lid bin, for our shops as well, and that's so like I said, you could just ask them if they've had an increase in business. May only affect businesses, but I think private people can get those sort of bins as
We
well.
can look into that, yeah, we can.
I wouldn't spend a lot of time, but just it's the only other thing I can think of that people could have maybe gone to that rather than the recycling centre, but yeah. Otherwise I think I can't think of any other four things to measure to get an overall picture. So thanks, Nigel, it was great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Has anyone else got a question or a thought? Perhaps while you're thinking, I've got two questions. The first thing is, when we did the promotion of the compost bins, so do we know how many people from the Murupara community and wider district had any uptake on that?
I don't have that figure right now. I can certainly get that for you.
Yeah, because that might be a contributing factor to recycling at the home with your worm farms and things like that.
And we also did, as part of that whole scheme, we also provided free worm farms and compost bins to a number of marae and other charitable organisations in the area. And we also provided a large composting unit to the community gardens and some training and tools and things like that. So, so there's quite a bit more went in as well.
Because that might be an additional thing for the community board to be able to spread that message through in the Murupara newsletter. These are all the really great things that have been happening in the last 12 months. I'll save my second question for later. John.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nigel, just in the last couple of days I saw some communication about batteries and the concern about them going in the general waste, and so that the indication was that we would take them to the recycling centre. I guess the difficulty is people don't want to drive to the recycling centre to drop a battery off, or even your little batteries. Is there any thought about maybe a small container for curbside?
it's another cost, but
yeah,
it might solve.
it would be quite a cost. The thing is, it would be a significant cost because you'd also need a separate truck as well as the containers. And for the volume of waste that you're going to get, that would be a costly solution. You will get information on it in the next Coom Revine, but we are just introducing, at the moment, the battery recycling scheme. I appreciate that people may not want to actually take them to the Resource Recovery Centre. There are a number of other options. They can take them to the Sunday market, and there's also a collection point at Bunnings as well. And Super Cheap Auto actually take car batteries as well. There's two issues we're trying to address. One is that we are getting a lot of batteries in the mixed recycling, which they cannot be dealt with through our own processes. And the other is the health and safety from fires. Because we know that these batteries, especially lithium-ion batteries, are causing a lot of fires in fire trucks, recycling centres, sorting lines, things like that. So what this scheme does is to try and keep them out of the bins and also make sure they're dealt with as a separate waste stream. So they're basically picked up by a separate contractor and they're shipped up to Auckland where they're pre-sorted and packaged and then exported for breaking down and recycling. We're actually funding the whole scheme through the waste levy. So there's no impact on rates to run the scheme. But I haven't actually heard of any other council that's gone as far as a curbside collection. If you want to, we could look at it, but I think it would be extremely expensive.
Thank you, Nigel, for that. Cherie, welcome. You've been very patient all morning sitting there online. So have you got something to add some value with?
Thank you, Julian. Thanks, councillors, for listening to us. Just wanted to point out, I've put it in the chat as well, when we were talking about, Nigel was talking about fly tipping and about RFSs and why we've currently got no reports of fly tipping. And that's, so solid waste team doesn't actually pick up the fly tipping. A job is logged and it will usually go through to the regulatory team and or the Parks and Reserves team for rubbish litter. And they often don't put exactly where it is, although I've trawled through all the RFSs for all departments and managed to pull them all out, which areas they are. They haven't sort of put what areas that they are, so they have been all asked now to clearly state on an RFS where the rubbish has come from, the fly tipping has come from. And unfortunately, yes, well, not, it is unfortunate for us because we don't have any data, but the community itself has been picking up a lot of the fly tipping basically as a favour and taking it to the Resource Recovery Centre there when it was free. So that's obviously we wouldn't know that it was fly tipping. So now all departments, including the contractor that those other departments use out in Murupara, have been asked to kindly give us as much information as they can and that it be logged through an RFS, because there's just no other way of us trying to work out how many calls the fly tipping is coming in, basically. So just letting you know, we did learn that one very quickly, that there are a lot of people that have been picking it up and just taking it as a goodwill gesture down there, and we'd have no idea. So I just wanted to let you know, hopefully, now we will know from now on.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Sheree. That's actually very helpful to know that. And happy to have you stay online as well. Gavin, you had a question?
Nigel, in regard to the comment that Councillor Pollard just made about curbside, would it be and I've suffered from the effect of lithium batteries when there was a truck from Gisborne coming through to Turahonga and caught fire I don't know when it caught fire, but it stopped at Matatara and all the toxic smoke at about 2 a.m. It was quite a drama getting rid of it, as you remember. Why don't we supply plastic bags that, like bright yellow or bright orange plastic bags where people can put their lithium batteries in it and put it in the bottle recycling bin, so when the guy comes, of course, he hand takes out all the bottles and he could pick out the bag and go, that goes in that bin. Would that be a cheaper way of doing it?
You'd have to make sure, it would require firstly changes to the contracts. It would be possibly the same truck, same person, but you would have to make sure that wherever he was putting them was intrinsically safe. We need to make sure that, it's something you could consider for the next contract.
But
it would come at cost. Anything could be done at a cost.
If I chuck it in my normal waste bin and it gets tipped into the rubbish truck, that wouldn't be intrinsically safe anyway. So this is just a way of separating it out and saying, well, that will go into the corner of that bin, and when I get to the transfer station, I'll take all those little yellow bags out and do something with them. I would have thought that might be a cheaper option.
We could look at it. Yeah, we could look at it.
Thank you, Chairman. Nandal.
I'll just make, my view would be that actually any shop that sells batteries should have a collection point. That would be the way I'd...
Yeah, to actually have them under a product stewardship scheme would be the best solution. The original, when the previous government announced what they were going to put into product stewardship schemes, and they announced the e-waste one, that did include batteries. There is currently a scheme for large batteries, but but it doesn't include household batteries, which is a problem because that's what's going in the bin. Yeah.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. Again, as I said earlier, Nigel, thank you so much for presenting this report. And I think, you've indicated there, and I think you're going to allay a lot of the fears of the Murupara residents that they thought that this was going to lead to fly tipping. Whereas, we found, although the usage is down, I think the only thing I would add would be Leslie's suggestion there of, and putting this back to the community board about the compost bins and the worm farms that had been distributed. Is there a positive response from within the community as to how that's been received going forward?
We have a survey planned.
Okay.
Which will basically going out district-wide in a couple of months.
Excellent, but it'll also be included in the community board next agenda papers, hopefully?
Once we've got a date for it, I'm not sure yet when the survey is going out. I'd have to check when the survey is going out, but there is a specific survey going out because when we distributed the compost bins, worm farms, we collected names and email addresses. So basically we'll be emailing a lot of those people, asking them how they're doing, did they find it easy to use, was it successful, are they still using it, that sort of thing.
Yep. Thanks, Nigel.
Sheree, is your question and comment in relation to what was just being said?
Yes, sorry. So we have the 2 surveys going out, the subsidised home composting ones to the ones that actually registered with their email saying they wanted more information is going out in May, and that is hosted on Kōrero Mai, so that I can go in and get the feedback from that. And then the district-wide waste survey, that's seeing what people know about waste or what they don't know. We're having that one to compare to the exact same one that we ran in 2022 or 23. So we'll have some great stats on an improvement or a negative improvement on how much people actually know about waste, and that is also going out in May, and it should, according to our comms plan, be in all the community board letters. It'll be on our I think our footers on our emails. It'll get sent to our database of everyone that we know. So hopefully you should see that somewhere. There'll be ads in the paper and also radio and social media.
Super. Thank you very much, Sheree. John?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to follow up on some comments by Councillor Tanshos earlier on and offer a huge thank you to you and your team for what you're doing, because you're well above the game compared to everybody else. So thanks.
Lovely. And I'll have my second question. When we look at the revenue versus expenditure and the cost, and I know that we wanted to trial this and do it, if we look at what might be happening by the end of the year, is it worth it to charge for that community?
Yeah, and that would have to be a decision that council makes. Yeah.
Oh, so that's still a consideration that we'll have at the end of the whole.
We can prevent all that financial information at the end of the trial period, and then that's a decision that you can make.
But hopefully within all of that period, the education process, you know, and you can't just read one book to one kid once and expect them to remember everything in it, you know, so it has to have that sort of repetition of education. Tony?
It was really, I wasn't sure if I had missed it already, so I'm glad that you asked about the financial thing and that assessment of it, because, you know, looking at the figures, and I probably got it all wrong, it looks like it was more expensive to charge than it was to have it free. So I guess we want to be able to see down the track to see how does that weigh up, you know, because our part was that we needed to charge because, you know, we needed to cover the costs of running it free was taking too much cost. So I'm just wanting to know, you know, would the projections show at the end of 12 months that it breaks even or something like that, because at the moment it's showing it's more expensive to charge.
If you look at the figures in the table, the actual costs of implementing the charging is forecast to be around 25,000. The actual revenue at the year end, based on what's going on at the moment, is forecast to be around 57. So we would actually, if you offset one against the other, trying to do my maths, we would have had an increase in revenue of 22,000.
Okay, and so that covers the costs of running the centre as well?
It doesn't cover the costs of running the centre. The fees and charges that we're charging do not cover the full costs of running the Murupara Resource Recovery Centre.
Okay.
But we thought if we were to do that, we would be charging more than we're charging in Whakatane.
Mm-hmm.
But we thought it would be fair to use the same charging scheme that we're using in Whakatane, but the revenue that we're going to be pulling in is still not going to cover the full costs of managing the centre, so it will still be subsidised from general rates.
Okay, thank you.
Nando?
I'm just thinking following up. So I suppose the issue really is not whether the scheme makes money or covers its full cost, but how much we save in our expenses by having the fees. So even if it doesn't break even, if we save 100,000 because that's what we were putting into it before to subsidise it, then that's where the benefit is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, right, sorry, yeah. Fine.
And the ultimate outcome of people recycling, reusing everything more as well. So, all right, now, Nigel, do you feel like you've got a direction from your questions of recycling, curbside, and fly tipping? Anything else where you thought about the compost might be a good news story, compost and worm farm reporting?
I think there's one other question I'd like to just ask is the 12-month period from the 1st of February appropriate? Or do we actually want to extend that trial period?
Randall?
I think it's a really good question, and I think you have asked the right, what you presented in this report is the right stuff that we need to know. I wonder if extending it by, say, 6 months, so we cover it for 18 months, would be better, because as you said, that those first few months, it kind of people change their behaviour as a result of the change. So 18 months would allow us to see, maybe for that to settle down and then see a full year cycle.
Thanks, Nando. Andrew?
No, I wouldn't like to change it because we gave the community the assurance that we would give it a 12-month review. So I think we're going to cover 12 months of the year, so we're going to see those fluctuations and the peaks that we've had prior to coming into being. So I would certainly keep to my word and say 12 months.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. I've just got one other comment in regards to the timing. Is it worth at the halfway point having an amnesty month? Like, would that give us... Yeah, no, but I'm just thinking, from an education sort of process, like we said this December, January, we had this flurry and we've got more people in the homes and, the charges were coming in February. Or is that something you would do later? Andrew?
Can I comment on that?
Yes.
And this amnesty is something that's talked about literally through all of our smaller satellite towns. So if we were to bring it into the Murupara town, again, it would dilute our figures, but at the same time, if Murupara were given it, we would have the same request from other communities.
I think you find that the Matatares Association organised their own metal collection with the industrial metals bin, and they brought out a bin on a Saturday, their biggest bin, and they filled it up, and they brought out 2 more bins, and they filled them up, and they did a second one, I think 6 months or a year later. The amount of stuff they got out of the community was huge. So we were talking about whiteware, we were talking about old spouting, old bits of tin, something like that, cleaned up the community really well. So I think that there is a space, because if you're going to do that, you're going to have to do the collection days, like on this day this year, stick anything out that you want and we'll pick it up, lounge suites and all that. And then all of a sudden we're going to be losing a bit of money here and there. But if maybe some of the resident associations or community groups actually pair up with industrial traders and all that and get them to bring a bin out, and it was worth it for them because they were paying overtime for 2 or 3 years, they're meant to stand there and sort it, and they rejected some stuff which didn't fit, but man, they took some rubbish away.
Thank you. Any last... Oh, no, Peter.
We'll just keep the 12 months, eh?
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Any other last thoughts? In that case, no, thank you very much, Nigel. We always find your sessions entertaining and informative. Keep up the great work to you and Sri and the wider team. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, folks, so we've pegged back a little bit of time, which is excellent. So I'm going to suggest that we keep to time with having Bevan and Ingrid do the procurement policy at 1:20. So we'll take a break now for lunch, but just a little bit longer. Pardon? For lunch? I'm completely open. I mean, it'll be dependent on whether Ingrid is available.
40 minutes. 40 minutes. Yeah.
And lunch might be a few more minutes because they weren't expecting us till 1 o'clock. So, all right, Annie, see you back here at 1:20. Thanks, folks. So welcome to those that have joined us online, those staff and members of the public in the gallery, and welcome to Ingrid, who will be co-presenting with Bevan on the Procurement Policy Review. Thank you, Ingrid.
Thank you, Leslie. So just want to reiterate the last session we had as a workshop where we introduced the proposed changes and talked about broader outcomes, which is the direction we're wanting to travel. The policy hasn't been updated for quite a while, and so it was really timely to that we brought this to council. It's timely from the perspective of the change in climate at the moment and the economic conditions that we consider broader outcomes and how those impact our local contractors. What I acknowledge in the last workshop, we didn't actually provide you a copy of both policies so you could put them side by side. And so we scheduled this catch up so that you had the opportunity to look at those and then give us any of your feedback. We also have a couple of slides that Ingrid will work through, but at the end of it, we'd also like some feedback, one direction from you around what consultation and engagement looks like in relation to this. We have a civil construction sector forum, which meets quarterly, and this for most of the changes in relation to broader outcomes and the limits will be applicable to that group. So we're going to engage with that group, whether you decide to on a wider consultation or not, or a targeted consultation. So we'll be seeking some feedback from you through this process as well. So I'll hand over to Ingrid.
Thank you, Bevan.
Thank you, Bevan. Good afternoon, councillors. Oh, I'm just... All right. So the purpose of this briefing, Bevan's just outlined here, and the included in your pack today, we've given you the current procurement policy, the updated draft policy. I'm going to spend a bit of time talking about our high-level procurement process internal to council, so you can get a bit of an idea of how we interact. I've given you some key changes from the current to the updated, rather than a track change version. And then I've got a slide on what it actually means for council. I've also included the same slide we came to council with 2 weeks ago on the communication and engagement slide. And then I've got a slide about next steps, where to from here. All right, so our high-level procurement process obviously starts off with identifying the needs of what we are procuring, and then you come to the procurement team to develop a procurement plan, and that will be based on the amount that you are spending on your procurement. Will determine on a short form, a full procurement plan, and the activities that you should be doing, i.e. direct appointing, selecting 3 quotes, or going out to market for a full tender. Excuse me. Once that has been decided upon and approved in-house, then the teams can go out and procure their goods, whether that be obtaining market quotes, tenders, or direct appointing. The next stage after that is the team evaluates the bids based on a certain criteria that we insist on, and then we award the contract. Then what happens after we award the contract is we monitor the performance of the contract, and it becomes a circular process.
Yes, certainly, Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. Ingrid, at what stage do you evaluate or scope the businesses that might be putting forward those, justify their validity, etc., etc.?
Thank you, Councillor. That will be identified in the procurement planning,
At that later stage.
dependent on if it's the identified needs, but you need to have that within your procurement plan anyway, because your procurement plan will highlight who you will be going out to tender to, if it's a closed tender, or if it's an open tender, you put it on to gets. Yes.
Can I just, before we move on from that slide too, the improvements we've made in the organisation over the last couple of years has probably identified more emphasis in the procurement planning side of it. So prior to Ingrid and Sri coming on board, it was sort of sits with the team or the person procuring. The other part that the team will play, and also the procurement assessment panel, they'll be involved in number 2, procurement planning, and also Ingrid and the procurement assessment panel likely to be involved a lot more in monitoring of performance. So that's 2 additional steps that haven't historically been coordinated across the organisation.
Thank you, Bevan.
That's right. Excuse me. All right, so that was a high-level procurement process and where we get involved. The next slide here is the key changes, or differences between the current policy and the working draft policy. Obviously, our focus now is on fairness, flexibility, broader outcomes, including in the broader outcomes. Also, we have started to define and provide clearer guidance on what emergency procurement looks like, and that was given on the feedback from our recent internal audit. We have now clearly assigned roles and responsibilities throughout the organisation, and we have a detailed table cost for the approval authorities, and that's your financial thresholds table that was included in the new policy. The review process for this policy, we've included this as being a 3-year review. Obviously, that will foster continuous improvement as and when we need to. We've also updated our terminology, got some expanded definitions in there. We've included the proposed reintroduction of the procurement assessment panel, and this is whereby the panel's role will be to approve all procurements over $200,000, whether it's following a process or it's wanting to direct a point. So those are just the high-level differences from one policy to the other. Excuse me. So what does this mean for council? So this means that we have a more robust and transparent procurement framework. We now have a centralised procurement team in the organisation that looks after this. We have a more defined decision-making, authority, and we're aligning it with our modern procurement principles and the government expectations. And we will support the broader goals, the broader outcomes that we are including in there, and we can better respond to emergencies and strategic opportunities.
Just a question. So what I don't see in there is our effectiveness in procurement. Oh, I've got the humbug too. And being able to save us time and money. So how does that get reflected?
They will get reflected in the updated financial thresholds in terms of is it more efficient to make the staff fill out a procurement plan for the low-value procurements. And that's why we've proposed lifting our procurement thresholds to ensure that we are becoming efficient through those.
Thanks.
You'll get additional efficiencies through having a centralised procurement team. So each team isn't trying to reinvent the wheel and think about procurement in different ways. And also your procurement assessment panel will be able to provide guidance once, over time, they'll get a lot more efficiency through that process too.
All right, thank you. Tony, you had a question?
Yeah, so, and just looking at those efficiencies and lifting the, lifting, I guess, the selling on those different procurements and what happens to them, is there sort of like a rating scale or table in which it actually specifies that certain amount, and then what sort of authorities to that particular amount and those particular contracts of, so if it's a certain amount, what is the scale, who is responsible for that, and what are the key things that must be in place for that to qualify? Is there, a table that identifies that clearly?
I believe there is one in the new working policy.
Is it a table?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, and there's a table.
Yeah.
Ingrid briefly touched on the financial delegations and the limits that determines what process you follow and who's the decision maker. So we just touched on the procurement assessment panel. Everything over 200,000 will go through the procurement assessment panel.
Oh, yeah, that's good. I only because I've just looked at about 5 other councils and their procurement policies and just looked at what kind of rating tables that they had, and some of them had quite, very clear 2-page ones, policies, but they also had the in-depth part on the manual itself.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, so the communication engagement piece, what we are proposing is we take the draft policy out for consultation, sorry, I was waiting for comms. And we engage suppliers that are already registered with us through a direct engagement and through a social media platform. Excuse me. With a lighter touch approach for the wider community.
So if you are going to contact registered suppliers, what if there's a new supplier in there that you haven't got the email for? Is it going to be difficult for them to register as a supplier, or if you've got some new person starting off, which is always the best way to undercut the existing ones and keep the price fair?
So we do have, each department have their own list, I suppose, of suppliers that they do use before or have used before. So we have that, and through the civil construction sector as well.
So do you put out a tender in the paper so that those who may want to tender but not on your list?
Oh, sorry, tender opportunities.
If you're just going to contact suppliers through email, how do you know there's not someone else there that's new on the scene that might be able to give you a better price and bring efficiency for us?
Yeah, so this will follow, this consultation will follow the same upon our Kōrero Mai page on our website, and will be listed within the newspaper and social media.
I think the question you're asking is more about the procurement side of this. So the communication engagement is about how do we communicate the changes to the policy to the sector. So we're planning to do some website stuff. We're doing some face-to-face hui. In terms of the idea about these changes is to make people, new contractors, existing contractors a whole lot more visible, and all of our procurement a whole lot more visible. So it should open the door more to some of those new businesses, and we've got those panels which play a critical role as well.
Yes, Tony?
Just looking at the changes to objectives, it's shrunk down quite a bit from the previous policy. It's got value for money for council efficiency, transparency, accountability, outcomes for the local economy and sustainable practice. But those key objectives don't really include, I mean, you talk about broader outcomes later, but I suppose what I've been looking throughout the policy is that there really isn't an inclusion there isn't a part in there in terms of inclusion regarding Māori. I mean, I've looked at other policies across the mutu for other councils in terms of including also local economy, local contractors, and then being quite specific with that, you've got local economy there. But in some of the procurement policies that I've looked at, they have, I suppose, part of broader outcomes, but they also have it as part of their objective, like the main objectives, which looks at inclusion that takes into consideration Māori or Pacific Island and other groups in terms of our local being part of having opportunities in that tendering process.
We'd be very happy to include that as an objective.
Well, I mean, that's if the council, wants to look at that.
It is included in the broader outcomes.
Broader outcomes as cultural.
Yep.
But there's no,
Yeah, and that'll be part of the weighting when the procurement assessment panel implements the broader outcomes. So for each project or each procurement may have a different broader outcome that we're aiming to achieve.
Mm-hmm.
So that will be in a broad outcome, but I'm definitely happy to include that in an objective.
Well, I suppose it's just one that's more specific, I guess. That. I mean, it doesn't have to be just focused on Māori, but because it's reduced down to just those three things, which is quite broad. And then there's there's the definitions part of the thing that says what the terms that are used are, and it talks about broader outcomes, but that doesn't necessarily link into the objectives. Does that make sense? Of course it does, but I suppose I'm just a query around there.
I think we could include something on supplier diversity, because this is so supplier diversity is part of the broader outcomes. We definitely
diversity doesn't sound good anymore.
No,
the word has been.
All right, we'll just pause there for a moment.
Yeah.
Steve, you've got something to share?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kia ora tātou. Yeah, Tony, I think what you're talking about is actually already covered. The idea is to be able to, through the procurement process and weightings, to be able to provide some leverage or advantage to those four areas. There's not three, there's actually four: cultural wellbeing, social, economic and environmental. And then under those, it just allows a little bit of flexibility for targeting. And I was going to say, but then you sort of said, oh yeah it is, oh no it isn't, oh yeah it is. But you could just change it from cultural wellbeing to Māori wellbeing. But I don't think that you actually wanted to do that.
Well, no, I mean, there's other, I suppose it's what Bevan said, which is about the inclusion part. And I suppose you would say diversity, but it's very difficult for us to say that word diversity or that Māori are just a diversity outcome in a sense. And I suppose having the word culture in there, whose culture? What kind of culture? Is that culturally, if somebody else came in with a cultural type of kaupapa, what does that come under? Sorry, just asking.
No, it's no. That's really good to have the question asked, and I just think, as Steve said, when you look at the objectives and you look at the outcomes, depending on what the project is, will apply, the right pillars, so to speak, to each of those outcomes. When I read that, I just thought outcomes to local economy was all encompassing. It was diversity of supplier, and it was like what was best for the greater community rather than a subset. John?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I struggle with some of your thinking there, Councillor Boynton. I think the criteria is an even playing field, really, that applies to everyone. And you either meet it or you don't. And some people can't because you just don't have the wherewithal, really. But I'm not sure why we should have division, really. I think it's open to all, isn't it? That's my view.
So Bevan, you're suggesting that is there any way we can have supplier diversity, or is that already inherently inbuilt for local economy? Would that be like a...
I'd be hesitant to include it in the objective because it is a subset of number 3. But what I would like to consider is how do we take that into account in terms of implementing the broader outcomes at a contract level. So if you're going out to tender, the procurement assessment panel will weight elements of broader outcomes differently. And so if there is a project or a contract that we're saying we would value a Māori contractor to bid for this, we could weight that appropriately as part of implementing the broader outcomes. So I think, it's something you would sit in that assessment side of it and weighting side of it rather than, because it is captured in number 3.
But I was just trying to make sure because you had the previous policy that, was quite...
Yeah.
Tender objectives, yeah, that's right. Thank you, Tony. Carry on, thanks, Ingrid.
So next steps, following today, our proposed timeframe is to come to the council meeting next Thursday with the draft policy to be approved to go for consultation. We'll do consultation and then we will come back to council for adoption. Are there any questions?
That's good, Tony.
Just when it comes to the exemptions, so I just want clarification around the exemptions, and I've had a look at the New Zealand...
Are you on a particular page, Councillor?
Pardon?
Are you on a particular page?
Oh, sorry, I've been going up and down. So there's the Te Kaupapa Here. This policy does not apply, number 5, page 83. It's just when I push my down thing, it's like the whole half a page disappears. So page 83, number 5 policy, Te Kaupapa Here. And if you go down past the thing, there it says this policy does not apply to so that's not procurement. So I just wanted to find out in that list, what does the acquisition, disposal or lease of land or building, so like acquisition, is that like purchasing it or something?
Correct.
So the procurement policy is just solely for like contracts and things and does not include buying land?
Correct. So we would buy land directly. We wouldn't get a contractor to buy land.
Okay, that's all. I was just trying to clarify what's that got to do with it. But, yeah, thanks.
Good point. Thank you. Gavin.
Page 79, 4.9. 4.8 talks about where the value of a purchase falls between 10,000 and 50,000. You need at least 3 written competitive prices. But if you go to 4.9, we're going to do the same for 2,000 to 10,000. And I think that's a really good thing. But if we're continually asking for quotes from people, do you find that some people can't be bothered giving you quotes in the end because they just never get it, or do you find it keeps them competitive?
Probably both, but more often than not, if they're not winning the work, they will tend not to quote because it does cost money to
so
put in a quote.
So then how do you keep getting your 3 quotes if some people give up because they're too costly?
We can only we try to get 3 quotes. That's, the minimum that we try and insist on. However, if there's only 2, then there's only 2 we can get, or 1. But to show we've done the process and gone out to gone out for those quotes, we can't make suppliers quote.
Because I have heard from some people that like tradesmen, when they're quoting for jobs, one guy reckons he's almost given up giving quotes because half the time he doesn't get it and it takes him so long to do the quotes and all that sort of stuff. And so I'm just concerned that with the procurement thing that we get the same issue. Although I do agree for 3 quotes to keep the price down, and that's really important, but I was just wondering how you went on with the other side of it. People not doing it. Or you just accept that those that will quote are the ones that think that their price is within cooey and they might get a chance to win the contract of supply.
You raised some good points, Councillor Dennis. Just an FYI, that section you're looking at is in the old policy, not in the new one. So that's the old section with different limits. But I think wherever you're seeking quotes from businesses, there's only going to be one person you can give the contract to. And so it's generally price related, and if in those cases they can't win because of the structure of their business doesn't allow them to be the most competitive price-wise, then that is a challenge. Broader outcomes helps us lever something else that's not price related, and so you should be able to see a better spread, because some of those weightings might support one business that hasn't been able to afford, hasn't been able to create a cheaper price over some of the other ones.
Okay, I see. I've got the right one now. I think it's on page 86. It does talk less than 50k is just a direct purchase, but over 50 is 3 quotes. So okay.
Thank you. John, did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment, really, and from years of pricing and not getting there can be frustrating, but it's part of the process, and you learn by it, actually, because you see how others, where their pricing levels are, and you can either get there or you can't, and you just move on to the next one. But it is it can be a frustrating process, but that's our game, so.
John, Kevin?
So I've also underlined just below that where it talks in 5.6, where it talks about when a contract with the supplier is changed to include more work or additional projects, etc. Now, I know of companies that will do the original build at substandard and run it for a couple of weeks and then shut it down and do so-called maintenance on it, because maintenance is tax deductible. So also know of people who will quote knowing that it probably won't be right, and then so get partway through the project and they go, oh look, we need to do this and that, and you're almost forced to use the same person. What things in your procurement policy will help to police that?
So with the introduction or the reinforcement of contract variations and the signing off of variations before they happen, we can hopefully work with contractors so that doesn't happen so often. And also, excuse me, those variations will more than likely potentially go through the assessment panel as well.
So that clause in there is to highlight that some people will win on lower prices, and historically there have been a number of contracts that have gone to somebody, and then subsequently there's a number of variations that come through. So we'll start to capture that, and the procurement assessment panel will have visibility of that, so we can start to have conversations with that contractor. How come all of these variations are coming through? Did you not tender or provide appropriate, was your response inadequate? And so it's we learn more about the capability of the contractor, but we're also providing some training and opportunity for the contractor to get better at their tender documentation as well and pricing.
So that would obviously let the panel, and I suppose that's one of the benefits of having a panel do it, is you would learn if someone continually does that they're actually not to be trusted with your initial price.
Yeah, well, you'd look at it with a bit more scrutiny in terms of what they're pricing, and you potentially go back and say, you know, if you're looking at it and evaluating all the tenders, you want to make sure it's apples for apples. And if there are gaps in it, you'd certainly go back and have another conversation with them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bevan. Tony?
Just following on from Gavin's point and just wanting to touch on integrity. I mean, I know it probably comes through in the principles on page 84 around play by the rules, but I'm just wondering if in the weighting part of it that there's some kind of assessment in terms of the integrity of the contractor who's applying. So you know, there have been concerns raised before, and public have put forward around the sourcing of from certain companies that may be involved in or complicit in breaking laws or international laws, and that, you know, where does that get weighed in, or is it noted anywhere?
That's in stage 6 of the second slide that Ingrid showed in your monitoring performance.
Yeah.
So where you are seeing some of those issues arising, the procurement panel will monitor a performance. At the moment, our panels have contractors, and where you've got great experience, you can have discounts to their weighting. Where they don't, where you have had a bunch of issues, that discount will reduce, and therefore they, you know, the behaviour, etc., will impact their ability to get more work. So we want them. It'll be a very transparent and visible process, and there'll be lots of conversations. So we don't want to penalise them without having a conversation. You want to give them the opportunity to improve, but you'll say, look, if you continue this kind of behaviour, it's going to impact your ability to get future work.
There's that once they're on board, but it's also to those who, you know, while they're applying through that tendering process or that process to get that contract, or if it's an existing contract that we currently have with a supplier and it's been found, or information's been provided, it's been found that they are linked to certain activities that breach different laws, you know, is that considered?
Oh, that'll definitely be considered, and for existing ones. And for when new contractors come on board, part of their tender documentation is to provide references. So we will look at the projects that they've delivered, and we'll talk to the, you know, if they've provided a reference for another council, we'll talk to that council about that, you know, that contractor. So it's like employing a staff member, right? You do your background, you do due diligence, and that sort of stuff will come to the front.
Okay, no, that's cool, because I know that we've had people come before who have identified different organisations or different companies who have been complicit in things like international law. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Tony. Any other comments or feedback from members? Thank you, Nandul.
It's just a minor thing, but on just looking at the updated policy number 3, the objectives, I think I'd prefer it if sustainable practices was separated out from local economy, because I think they're different things. And I think I'd prefer if sustainable practices, which is a ambiguous term, said environmental sustainability.
Okay.
Or ecological sustainability actually would be even better.
Good thought. Thank you, Nandul. Nothing from anybody else? So, Steve, yes?
Hello again, or kia ora anō. Actually, I'm just reading through this slide, and with the procurement policy, there are there are two options for councillors here, and since this is a workshop briefing, probably good just to explore that. And I'm saying this because I do remember last time when this just sort of came up conceptually, there was some talk about the option of whether or not we needed to go through a consultation process or an education process. So here what's been proposed is your standard consultation process. We've got a draft. The staff go away and then prepare a council report to get approval for consultation. Then they do consultation, bring back the feedback, deliberations, and then final tweaks and adjustments to the policy. But actually, if you're looking through the policy and you've provided some feedback subject to the staff going away and making those changes, another option here is just to say, actually, we're okay with adopting the policy as is, noting the changes, and adding to that just an education process, in particular with our key suppliers, inside that network. So we can do consultation deliberations, or we could do a paper, say next week, that says adopt with an education process. Just wanted to put that on the table, see if anyone had any thoughts about that.
Yeah, I actually quite like that suggestion, because I was going to say, did we need to go out to consultation? The question I was going to say was, when does the construction forum meet next? Can they cast their eyes over it before it comes to council, and then we don't do consultation? I'm not sure who I'm directing that question to.
At the moment, we don't have a date for the next construction sector hui, and that is because the party leading that process or leading that forum has changed. So it was previously led by Toy EDA, which is no longer leading it. I've had conversations with a few of the civil construction sector contractors and asked them, actually, do you see value in continuing it? Do we need to re-pick it up? Do we need to find somebody to lead it? They've also had conversations with Chamber of Commerce. So I think there is going to be one coming up, but there's no date set yet. So I wouldn't like to hold this process off. I think adopting it would be a good start, and it would be a good way to say, right, let's light a fire under this and actually create a forum to come together just specifically to talk to that, rather than waiting for another one to be rescheduled.
Just a point of clarification, so with TOEDA leading the previous civic construction group, that was wider Eastern Bay?
Wider Eastern Bay, and we would still call all of those same contractor, because they do work across the whole Eastern Bay plenty.
All right, so we got thoughts from around the table about whether we proceed with number 1, 2 or 3, or whether we just come back next week for a decision as it is without going to consultation? Yes, Tony?
So who does this mainly apply to? Is it just the civil construction arena, or does it this procurement policy?
This procurement policy will apply to all procurement, broader outcomes, and the procurement assessment plan will apply specifically to anything that's over 200,000. When you look at the number of contracts and contractors, probably 80% of it is through the civil construction sector. So a lot of three waters, a lot of transport, some places open spaces stuff, regional council stuff. And that's probably the first port of call. We've already got a group, our forum, that meets, so I think that's probably the best place to start.
I mean, if it did go, the draft was sort of supported and it's going out, it might cross the table at that meeting or with those people. Is there any possibility of that going through to the iwi Chairs Forum? Just asking.
What are your thoughts on that, Steve? taking it to the iwi chairs?
To be honest, I think that they'd be a little bit surprised about why they're looking at it.
Yes.
But yeah, I know what you're saying there, Tony. I just don't think that that's quite the right forum. But perhaps it is a case of actually circulating it to our iwi partners, and maybe trying to get that group together, get some other eyes across it, and then bringing it back to council with all of that feedback.
If I play devil's
For adoption.
advocate and we did that,
Yeah.
what would they have to say for us to change anything on it, aside from wording?
I don't know. I'm if I sort of put myself in their shoes, I'm probably thinking it would just be around wording. I don't think there'd be much else. It would just be wording, particularly around the broader outcomes. But the team's kind of crafted the broader outcomes to try and retain some agility. But yeah, so I don't think it would be much beyond wording, to be honest. But Bevan, Ingrid, you might have a.
My view is your better conversations with iwi will be once you get down to figuring out how are you going to weight some broader outcomes. And I think you would look at, the conversation would be not so much about the policy, but more about within your whānau hapu, who has businesses that can provide these kind of services. So then you're asking them to provide information, businesses that, Ngāti Awa or Tūhoi that haven't been able to get a shoe in the door. That's, and that goes to some of that supplier, creating more diversity in the supplier network. So I think that's probably where you would frame some of those first introductions of these changes.
Oh, thank you for that consideration and just having to think about it anyway. Just thought I'd put it out there because I probably would have thought that our Māori Strategics team would have had their eyes over this policy as well, to have that level of input. Thank you.
All right, so where are we at, folks? Did we want to... So we don't legislatively, mandatedly, any of these have to go out to consultation then?
Yeah, if we have legislative requirements.
No?
No, it doesn't.
No.
And the amount of time for staff to have to prepare something to go out to consultation, having hearings and deliberations?
I think the best approach is targeted consultation or targeted feedback or education.
Post-adoption?
Yeah.
Post-adoption.
Yeah, it's one of those policies that only actually applies to a very small group. And I think the small group is not so interested in the policy, it's more interested in how it is implemented, so, the education and then discussion out of that is probably where the more value is.
I think it's a really important policy because that's millions of dollars in terms of contracts and things like that. And I think, being able to have, that's the starting point in terms of who we end up getting in the end, and who ends up receiving ratepayers' money to be able to do that work. While it seems more efficient and effective to be able to just get it over the line, yeah, I don't think it's as flippant as it only relates to a few people, because of the amount of those contracts, the amount of that ratepayers pay through these procurements. Thank you.
All right, can I just ask for a show of hands of those councillors who would be happy for it to go to council next week to be adopted?
And targeted.
And targeted consultation, thank you. All right, so that's a majority indication of that. So, but all all thoughts and feedback are well appreciated around the table. Thank you, Tony. All right, so Ingrid, that gives you the right direction. Bevan, yes?
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve.
Spot on.
Right, folks, now we're going to move on to the Whakatane Town Vision Refresh part of the session. So I invite Lainey, Sarah and Vanessa to the table. Thank you. And we've moved into page 90 of our agenda.
I'll get underway.
Right.
Tēnā koutou. Thank you.
Bring it close, yes.
So we're here today to talk about a refresh of the Whakatane Town Vision. So our existing town vision was set in 2008, and that's pretty much the document that's on our website and that we should be referring to when looking at what's happening in the town centre. So that is a while ago, so we're looking at what happens in Whakatane Town currently and projects going into the future, if there are any needed in the town centre as well.
Can I just ask a question just to start with? So considering that document has been on the website for so long in 2008, have we not even through the whole PGF application process and everything else not even ever refreshed it?
So projects multiple times have started to refresh it, but a final document has never been adopted. So I'll work through that, through the
So any
history.
strategic directions since 2008 have not been referred back to it?
So we have referred back to the district plan. So the district plan was developed after that stage as well, which put in a whole lot of rules around what can and cannot happen under the district plan in the town centre. And there was a refresh started 2016, and then Te Araho happened. And so that round of consultation happened with that project as well, but an actual new revised town vision has not been adopted since then. So direction has been set through other mechanisms, through the LTP or through projects such as Project Future Proof, actually just happening with our input along the way. So it is.
Not trying to shoot the messengers.
No,
There's no
it
one
is.
around the table anywhere that was there back then. But
Yeah, so that's how we've got to this.
It was a big surprise, and it's
Yeah.
actually been brought up several times
Yeah.
since then. Gavin, did you have a thought?
So if we did in 2008, we did an operative plan in 2017, we re-looked at it in 2016, then a Te Araho 2009-20. Did we use consultants every time?
Yes.
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 So with this new refresh, we're going to use consultants again?
So you've got me.
And that's really good.
Primarily, but I'll get to that and how we see
Okay,
the
thank you.
working. But yeah, a lot of this has come about in the work I'm doing and actually not having a strategy in place that's up to date, really. Like, what are we basing a lot of these decisions on or falling back to? Yeah, there was a great vision at that time, and it's moved on since then.
All right, thank you. Julie?
Yeah, some of us were around in different capacities for this whole town vision.
Yeah.
And I just don't want staff to be under the impression that this was a hugely supported or well-liked town vision document to be basing things going forward. It was extremely controversial at the time and, not supported by a lot of sectors. So I just think, because you weren't around here then, that it does pay to know that.
Yeah, and I've worked through quite a lot of the documents and through Te Araho too, and I think that's why a lot of that then stopped as well for different reasons and different levels of support and many are not in support in certain aspects. So, yeah.
Thank
But
you, Sarah.
I'll
We'll let you
start
get
and
to
then
the
it
first
kind of builds up to
slide.
that point. Yeah, I think trying to make it not too controversial again. So brief outline, so it is what the purpose of a revised document could be, development of the vision from 2008, so where we are today based on what happened in 2008 onwards, the context we're in currently, The sort of things to consider when looking at town vision, and then some discussion around what could be included in looking at the proposed process throughout this year into early next year. The purpose of a town vision strategy. So I've based it on the existing one. It's called the Whakatane Town Vision. So we've just carried that on. There's not a new name at the moment. It is a strategy in a way. So it provides that long-term manageable and deliverable planning framework. So I propose looking at a 5-year and a 10-year and then having some comment around, what beyond that, what sort of things would council look at. A placemaking tool for the Whakatane Town Centre and beyond. So how does our town centre also link through to Rex Morpeth, our main recreation space, our tertiary institutes and schools, and the Kopiopio Town Centre. So just a bit of background around that as part of my work program, and what is also in the LTP is to also look at the Kopiopio Town Centre and some improvements through that area as well, and provide that clear direction for the use and development of council-owned properties and buildings. So that links into other projects that Vanessa is working on, and also that we have a number of earthquake-prone buildings that we need to make some decisions on before their stickers are due, and how that works in with the town centre planning moving forward, and to just show our commitment to investing and supporting the town centre and the continued use of this space, and what the prioritisation of projects are, and ensure that it's what we're looking at doing is sensitive to where we are in the multicultural values within the space. So we're seeing a lot of that coming through with Project Future Proof and the flood wall at the moment, and it's been a consistent discussion from what I can see from 2008 onwards and even prior to that. A lot of this we're looking at developing in line with the growth strategy work being done at the same time. So it's not a standalone document, but it feeds out of that work as well. So the 2008 vision, which is what is the one we have as the operative vision, has the vision statement to draw on the natural and cultural heritage, to emphasise the relationship of the town to the river, and place a strong local identity that is vibrant and valued by residents, businesses and visitors, which, when you look around town centres across the country at the moment, I think we do really well here already. So part of this is actually looking at those positives we already have. Do we need to change any of that or not? And, how do we keep our town vibrant and active and people coming in and our shops open and so on? The key themes that came through that were about celebrating the heritage, the built urban form, movement and connection, so that focused a lot on pedestrians and cycle connections, a little bit on where people will park, but you'll see through each of the following slides how our large parking areas are proposed to be used in the future in these ones. An art and cultural heart to the central business district itself, and then how we interact and access the river frontage of the town. Following that was the operative district plan in 2017, so that sets the kind of development rules of what we see in town. It's hard to see on that, but that pink area is our commercial area, the lighter pink is our commercial light industrial, and the town centre itself is the darker purple line around the outside. So that has its own specific set of rules to it. Generally, it allows quite a lot of commercial activity and mixed use, residential thrown in there, as long as there's some commercial also happening at ground level. Objectives focus on the port and the river and making it a functional town centre. In 2016, work started on revising the town vision at that stage, and yes, consultants were brought in to work through that. Some early consultation happened, especially with Hapu and Iwi at that stage, and it looked at properties for development that included council's properties, but also private properties mixed into that. From what I read, not a lot changed from the 2008 version, but it again was a refresh of that and set what council was looking at that time in terms of, for example, moving the fishing club to where the yacht club is and things like that. So we know we've moved on because of other projects happening from that time. generally it still focuses on the movement of people through the town, how we get people to come into town and stay in town, and what properties would be ideal to develop. Most of those pink buildings were hotels, residential, commercial, kind of mixed use buildings at quite a large scale.
Sarah, just a question.
Yeah.
Just looking down through the strand where all the houses are, the trees are, there's still car parking there, isn't there?
My understanding from this, yes, that was still car parking. So those sort of roads, it did start to look at what those roads could look like, but not in a, from what I see, not in a lot of detail at that stage. This was the main plan developed, but it didn't go further for consultation past that stage. Because and then came in the Te Araho work, which included a stage 1 community engagement around different projects around the town centre. And a big focus that ended up coming out of that was the support to keep car parks in town as they are, and to not develop our large car parking spaces. There were multiple projects included in that: the town centre heart, revitalising the riverfront, a heritage hikoi, and Project Future Proof was starting as part of that as well. But the key themes of what came through consultation is just shown on the right-hand side there. So a lot of creating those spaces for activities and events, encouraging families to be in town, the pedestrian-friendly streets and alternative transport, connection to the river. So over time, the same themes do keep coming through. Which leads us to our context today. Noting that there is LTP consultations happened in between, so we are looking at that as well. So quite a lot came through there. So, and we have other strategic growth and development documents in progress. So the spatial plan, the Whakatane growth strategy, and the economic development strategy are quite key in this space. We really need to look at our climate change and adaptation considerations within the town centre, the directions coming from central government at the moment, and RMA reforms, and how this helps feed into some of those processes that are proposed at the moment. Housing affordability and availability, and the economic impacts on our residents and businesses around this, and especially our businesses in town. The earthquake strengthening requirements for our council-owned buildings, our property framework and development opportunities, and what can be achieved within the existing budgets. Are there quick wins within existing budgets as part of this? So what you'll see in the next slide is council owns a lot of the land, the majority of the land in the town centre. So we drive a lot of what happens in there. When you include our roads and our reserves, our stormwater spaces, our harbour board land, all but what is Upper School in that light green is land that council owns and manages within town. So it shows the importance of us having a clear vision within that space about what we see happening in the future, and input it through.
Can I just ask a question?
Yep.
So where we don't have the brown bits, or red, so that's council property. So the other buildings, like on the Whakamax side of the Strand, and then round, looks like that's Commerce Street one. The building is owned by other people, or we're just talking about the land?
The land, so this shows our land ownership, not necessarily the building ownership. So the yellow is all our road spaces, the pinks are our commercial property, so they're all the harbour board land. The bright green stripe through the middle is the stormwater reserve.
Okay.
The light greens are our recreation and nature reserve spaces.
It's quite unusual because you've got half of the town having to pay land leases, and of this, the Strand, and the other half on the other side don't, because the council only owns one half of the Strand's land.
And we own buildings spread out through there, so including this building, the Wally Sutherland site, our eyesight building on the river.
We're the pink building, are we?
The purple, yeah. And the museum building is the purple one there too.
Thank you.
And just highlighting that we've got a number of projects happening within these spaces at the moment already, so. And just highlighting some matters to consider when thinking about the town is that inclusive growth, how can we achieve some sustainable development? And that doesn't mean council being the developer, but maybe how do we encourage what happens within the town centre, and keeping the community focused spaces and the opportunities to cater for activities and businesses and tourism to thrive in town. And then other questions about what is our town centre brand and as a destination, and how can the town centre unlock social and economic opportunities, the diversity of activities and development to cater for. So that's existing but also potential, and a lot of things are changing. So retail environment is changing. How do we help that or cater for change in the future? And what does a successful town centre look like? Is it connected activities, streetscapes, character, how many people come and stay in town, how are businesses thriving? And the next part is the staging of council activities and any developments and the provision of quality public facilities. And so not necessarily creating new projects, but actually just working on and leveraging what we already have in the pipeline. And a bit of the type of things, what do we include? These are kind of what a lot of the town visions around the country, and particularly in Australia and the UK, kind of look at how they do that. And similar to us is this links through to things like a district plan review or any changes that come through the RMA reforms and in terms of maybe a regional plan. And just a few examples of more recent town visions, and these are all different spaces. There's a lot of different ones around now. I thought Timaru was interesting because it does focus on a water frontage as well. It's quite open. They discuss quite a bit about how to keep what is in town and leverage off there. For here, it's a lot of the historical buildings and people coming and actually using it as a destination. They're generally around 20 to 40 pages long. I hope ours would be less. These go into a lot of detail that I don't think we necessarily need around roading, what roads look like, or what width every footpath should be. I think my vision is that it would be quite a bit more high level. We're not going to specify down to minute details. Yeah, prefer not to. That comes through other mechanisms. Many of these focus on growth, so whether it's residential growth or growth of their commercial areas, how to strategically develop when faced with changes. So for some of these, it's the removing of a state highway network through centre of town, and how do we help with that? Or geological constraints, or how do we maybe need to move our town centre in the future, and those sort of things. So a lot of things I think are being worked through around the country that are similar to what we are facing here as well. In the proposed process, I don't have a set time frame when I put this together, because we're also working alongside the growth strategy timeframes is the intention for this. So complete workshops with internal teams and complete initial draft documents, so the strategy and the town plan. There's been a lot of consultation on this over the years, and I think it'd be a better way to actually leverage off what we've already done and put a document together with that and show what have we already got in the LTP, what projects are happening, what has changed since 2008. Some of those development sites, I wouldn't think we actually want to be a developer on those sites. It would stop the whole vision probably happening again. Our connection to the river has changed since that time. So it is bringing together an actual strategy and plan to bring back to you to look at, and then start engagement on an actual document instead of just starting from scratch again. And then the final document in line or after the growth strategy. So we're in initial conversations to put some of the questions forward about the Whakatane Town Centre, along with that. Why did Whakatane as part of that growth strategy as well. So I'm working alongside Brian at the moment to see how we can put some of those high-level questions through so we can get some, some initial feedback through the growth strategy consultation as well.
Andrew, question?
One question, if I may, ladies. Thanks for your presentation. There's no actual finance or any budget mentioned in here. Are we talking about the money that we've already secured for the Te Araho? No?
So this doesn't initiate any actual works. So the budget for this is what's my time and budget that we've got. There's an existing budget for Whakatane Town revitalisation. So if we need a consultant to help draw up some plans, which is probably the point where it would be, the actual physical plan, if we don't have capacity in-house to help me with that, that is probably where it is. So most of the writing will be in-house and checking it. Yeah.
Thank you. Nandor? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing this to us. And I think the approach that you're suggesting is a good one. My question is, at the beginning you mentioned linking to other things and you mentioned kōpiopo. And that's something that in my time here, we've never really, as far as I remember, had any kind of real discussion around kōpiopo, the place of kōpiopo. You look at the tsunami maps, it's a safe zone, unlike the whole of the CBD. It has to play a really key role in our thinking, and I don't see us doing that. So I'm really hopeful that this or something attached to it can really start to grapple with that question.
Yeah, agree. Yeah, and there is RTP budget for Kōpiopi Town Centre, and we're keeping that in mind with the growth strategy work as well, because that and being able to do this alongside that means that if, for example, there's a lot of comments about kōpiopo or putting more focus into there, then that may come through the growth strategy work as well, whether it's more housing or mixed use development through there. It's tricky for council in that we don't own anything in there. It's quite different than the Whakatane Town Centre as well, and it is a big conversation to be had. Yeah.
But we need to be.
Yes. Yeah.
Thanks. I think it would be good to actually have a updated document, but I would say with a word of caution that if you do go to the stage where you are having, getting consultants involved, is that you have to be very, very careful, because they come up with all these expensive, grandiose ideas with no idea of practicalities for the town centre that we currently have. It's not it's not a town centre where there are a lot of other parking options, and I'm very cautious of what came out in the 2008. And I actually sat down I was one of the people that was consulted individually with the actual consultant then, who didn't listen to a word that I said and still came out with ideas that were never going to be practical for this town. So please, with a word of caution, if you do get to consultants, as they don't live here, they don't know, and they come up with some very grandiose ideas. So.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Dukes. We're really conscious of that, and obviously 2 weeks ago you heard from Nicholas and Brian Patchett in terms of the higher level growth strategy for the district, and as Sarah's mentioned, this is very much a component part of that. There's no intention to engage any additional contractors or consultants at this point, but we do feel that we need to understand the requirements for the town itself in order to be able to do that wider piece of work. So for us, it's a bit of a tidy up, and it shouldn't incur a lot of additional time or expense, but we're really conscious of that. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I can add on to that, part of, and Mike, and I think I put it somewhere on one of the slides, is for council to be realistic of what we can achieve and should be the ones achieving. Yeah.
Thank you. Gavin, did you have a comment?
I thank you for this report, and I'm really glad that you're doing it, not consultants. I just think that we have overthreshed the words town vision, and most people think, God, there's more money going. I'd like to see you get rid of these words of streetscape spaces, destination, brand, place-making, vibrancy. Vibrancy, when you talk vibrancy to people, they go, ching, ching, dollars, dollars. Enhancing, linking. Why don't we just say that we're going back over some of the town visions we've done before, and we're just going to just work it all out and see where we're going and keep it low level. The last thing people want now is to think that we're tone deaf. There's people out there really struggling. Some businesses are going to the wall. Some people are thinking of leaving the district because they can't cope. And if we start talking this stuff again, it scares me that we've been brought in at the third level down, and that's fine. But if you're going to start engagements and key stakeholder workshops, that's going to cost money because you can provide food and all. But I think we should just dumb the whole thing down. Just go back over the information you've got and just work it out and present it to us and say, we think this is good, that's bad. But I think the last thing you want to be is tone deaf to the public who aren't coping at the moment out there.
It's pretty much exactly the direction
when you look around the country, and I've been reading about Timaru and Napier and all that they're starting to chop a lot of stuff. Like, I can't remember, it was Napier or Timaru went from was it 16% rate rise down to 7% because they started chopping. And you can say that some of us are worried about the cost of the rates here, but if you actually read all that stuff throughout the country, councils are starting to go like that. And for us to, I think you've just got to be careful, okay?
Thank you, Gavin. If I could just offer a different perspective to that, I also have people talking to me about how they pay their rates every year faithfully, and what are we doing to improve the town. So yes, we've got affordability and concern on one side, but there are other people in our community that would like to see some zhuzhing up. So, Tony, you had a thought.
So do we have a legislative compliance requirement to be able to complete this town plan?
No.
Are we required by law? Is there a compliance issue if we didn't do it?
No, there's not.
Okay.
So
Just asking.
the existing one could disappear.
Yeah.
I think it's not helpful sitting there in some ways. It could disappear completely. This links in to other legislative requirements to come. So the district plan review, or
Special
we're
plan.
faced with what the government's working through in the RMA reforms, it's inputting these sort of things into a Bay of Plenty regional plan and being ready to input what we see as moving forward. The previous iterations included quite a lot of big projects. I wouldn't think any of those are realistic projects to carry on forward, but there's also what I'd like to see come into this is us to show the staging of things like when are we going to deal with our earthquake-prone buildings? You know, within 5 years, are we dealing with 2 of those, and in what way? And then within 10 years, is there a development to happen on those sites? Or, are we holding those or are we selling those? We need to make a decision at times, and that is legislatively required. So it can help give the direction in those sort of instances. But I also think we're starting with a really positive town centre in many ways, and to highlight that through this, and that there may only be small changes or very limited needed, but we have some major projects already happening that are not covered in this, so including Project Future Proof and our integration works.
Thank you, Sarah.
Can I just say in regard to the earthquake standards, I was listening to Paul Goldsmith speak at Matatā last night. They're saying, like, everything's changing, everything's all over the place. He's saying that they're trying to de-scale the new earthquake things and say they won't be as strict because the current government think they're over the top, etc. like that. So the whole thing's changing, which it was make it really harder for you to try and collate all the evidence we've had. And so,
So it could give options. So, it could, we know now that these buildings, say by 2036, we need to fix them or get rid of them. So it could still give that date in a way, but it may be that becomes a building council doesn't do anything with or choose to sell. But we've got some of the biggest buildings in town that are sitting there and quite derelict state at the moment. So a decision needs to be made at some point, and this could give that direction of kind of a time frame over the next 10 years or so. Is ideally this is how we'd stage that happening and what sites and what order. So not saying what is to exactly happen to those as an example, but yeah.
Thank you. Tony?
Okay, just wanted to finish off. Thank you for that explanation. I suppose I'm concerned about the fatigue in our communities from all the consultation and coming back to them on things that already, we've had Te Aroha, we've had the recreation thing, on all of those aspects, and just, that aspect of fatigue, of coming out again, after a while people start thinking, well, you mustn't have listened to us in the first place if we're going to have to say this again. But I'm glad that it's going to line up with all the other plans, and if it specifically, assists in our operational planning of works that are in play and actually accounts for the work that's currently already been done, then, I understand that, because it is a cost, it is a time, but I suppose I don't want it to just be another booklet on top of the other booklet on top of the other booklet.
They're not looked at.
That are not looked at. And then we go out again to ask our whānau the same thing all over again. So I'm supportive of what Gavin said, which is, can't we just gather up, which you did say you're going to do, what has already been put out so far from then to the most recent, gather that up as a draft so that we're not having to have things run away where you have all these extravagant ideas come into a plan that somehow then muscle its way into the other booklet of plans. Want to try and keep it tidy, but ensure that we cover those legal aspects. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Wilson, you've got some thoughts and comments? Are you talking?
On mute.
One thing, Wilson, one thing.
I know, I had my mic on and then it flipped off, but I'm probably coming from a different line where I think we're actually at the stage, if we're not past the stage, of actually having to bite the bullet and just get on and do stuff. I mean, it keeps getting down the road for how many years, and here we are talking about it again, and people are getting sick of us coming back with ideas and that. I think it's time we actually just got on and started doing some of this stuff, and if we chipped away at it every year, it might not actually add up, and people would be happy that we're actually doing something. With Gavin's comments about Napier, I read a report by Kirsten Wise, the mayor down there, who she said, yes, it's great that we've got the rate rise down this year, but there's that much stuff building up. They're in for some huge rate increases, and I think we're at that stage. We've just got to get on and start doing stuff, and people want to see progress.
Thank you, Wilson. Lainey, right of reply?
Can I just respond and say I completely agree, and how fortunate we are to have Sarah Evans able to do this piece of work, because her leadership in the project Future Proof, which has, as you know, turned out to be far more complex and drawn out than we ever anticipated, has just given us absolute confidence that she'll be able to bring this to fruition quickly, efficiently, effectively and cheaply. So thank you, Wilson, for pointing that out.
Best value. Yeah. Sales and marketing people don't use the word cheap. It's always better value, most value. So thank you, Lainey. Thanks, Wilson. Has anyone else got any feedback about so you're not requiring anything from us today? You'll do some zhushing and pulling
it'll
together?
be a judged version, but actually in my head and what I've drawn out already, it's actually much downscaled from the previous versions. I think we really need to be realistic about what we can do, cost-wise and also resource-wise. And it's important to do this with the growth strategy, because that could come out with a whole other way of doing things. We still have kōpiopio to really think about and develop there. So there's lots of different things at play. It doesn't mean a huge change in here. I mean, we start with our positives and what we have, and then is more actually needed, or can we just improve some of our existing projects that are in place at the moment?
So really, we're just going to review what's been suggested before.
Definitely. And a lot of the feedback over the years is not different. So it's the same consistent messaging a lot of the time is coming through. I don't want to go back out and restart those conversations again without actually saying this is direction council is looking at.
Thank you. Nandul.
Just say, I support what you just said, but I would just be careful, and it's probably not what you were saying, but just not wanting to narrow our view too much, because I think we still need to keep some long-term objectives in mind so that we don't lose opportunities if they arise.
And so the tension with this, you'd probably still have some kind of 30 plus years objectives
cool. All right,
in there.
Right. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And now we will move into the public excluded part of the briefing. So if I can just ask any non-related staff and or any public members to please leave the room, and we'll just give Louise a couple of minutes to